Good morning, good morning, good morning. Sorry for being late, folks. Running a little bit behind this morning. A little bit early, and I overslept, if I'm honest. I overslept a little bit. That normally doesn't happen, but my body needed it, so couple minutes late. So apologies. All right, who do we have? Trying to see who's in here today. Scrolling back, looks like Shrimp Father, Martin's always here, Havoc, Tin Talon, Mike, Emoji's here, good morning. Reverend's here, good morning. Projects in Dad's Garage, Nathan, Petty, Howie's here, Harsh Reality, Raj D. Good morning, everybody. So what's new? Trying to do a little bit different thing. So YouTube has been nice enough to allow multi-streaming, and so we're doing horizontal and in vertical for the first time. So if you guys are not seeing what you need to see, it's probably because you're on the vertical stream and not the regular stream. So another day in paradise, love it. Steve Parker, good afternoon. Brad, for some reason YouTube is using your other name. Oh. Hey, Brad, welcome in. HPO, not sure what that means. Damascus Everglades, good morning. Living the dream. Trying to create dreams this morning. Now, it's weird that you guys are not hearing any music at all. Let me check that out real quick. I'm hearing it like really loud. There we go. Should get some music now. I'm gonna turn it down for myself though, because it is pretty loud for me. There we go. You got me on your rat rig build? Nice. Just trying to wake up and looking forward to F1. Oh yeah, you guys have Circuit of the Americas down there, right? Been there one time, just kind of check it out, driving through. And I'd love to see an F1 race down there. I'm not super into F1 like that, but when it's on, I'll watch it for sure. Hey, Boothie, good morning, or good afternoon for you. Projects in Dad's Garage you slept into? Yeah, I overslept by like an hour and a half this morning. So I was wrecked yesterday. My body just hurt everywhere. And I'm supposed to be doing a 18.6 mile, 0.7 mile ruck on Friday, this coming Friday. So feeling as beat up as I did yesterday was not a good thing. Yeah, but you'll be rushing it at home. Yeah, so I was out here yesterday and got a little bit of work done. Was able to get the V0 working, actually, flashing all the things and whatever. It actually went pretty easy. Not too bad. There's still some things I need to do, like LEDs and some of the more nicer things, but it should be able to move today. So we'll be working on a little bit of the firmware and a little bit of the back-end type stuff. So you guys will get to see some of that and hopefully help out on what's going on. I did learn one not disturbing, but like one disappointing fact is that the CB1 in there does not run a camera. It's not able to use a camera, so might have to take that off of there. I don't have a CM4, like an authentic CM4 to put in there, so I don't know that I'll be able to run with a camera. I can't get one here in time. Man, stop running so much you'll hurt less. Yeah, well, I wish it was the running projects in Dad's Garage. Like it's all of it, right? So I strength train as well, on top of running, on top of rucking. So it's just a lot of volume, and I think I probably Haven't been eating enough over the last couple of weeks because I've been sick and whatever, and so haven't been able to do that. But that's the key, right? Like if you're going to work out, you got to feed the body the same way, to the same level. And if you don't, you're going to end up with some negative effects, aka being very sore or getting sick. And I think that's what I fell into. Brad says, when I win, I'll copy the files and put it on a Pi 5. Good for you, my man. Good for you. I did get a Pi 5, actually. I need it for another project, though. What did I do with it? Oh, I put it down here. Where'd it go? Yeah, I did get a Pi 5. Here it goes. So I got a Pi 5, but I need this for the members build. So I gotta hold on to it. But they finally came back in stock. I was able to get one. And the only other option I have is the same thing that's in there right now. So another CB1 with a Pi 4 adapter. But you'll see like there's a camera port on here. So it implies that you can attach a camera, but the CB1 itself can't run it. So if you had a CM4 on the adapter, you could run it, but I don't. So unfortunately. Man, raffle getting pushed hard this morning. Look at that. Streamlabs going nuts. When's the raffle? The raffle is going to be on 9 November on this channel right here that you're watching. So we still have to set up that stream. It's not live right now that you can be notified. But I want to do that in the next maybe week or so and get that live so folks can be notified, you know, with as much time as possible. So 9 November is the day that we're going to do the giveaway, or raffle, not a giveaway, raffle. And there'll be 19 different prizes for everyone to be able to sign up to win. So, hey Aaron, good morning. Margaritas and tacos are key to happy, pain-free life. We had tacos yesterday, actually. The wife made tacos last night for dinner, so a little bit of refeeding, and I feel better-ish this morning. I guess that extra hour and a half and some really good food is what I needed. It can run a USB camera. Petty, you're not incorrect. There's not room for a USB camera on a V0. It's pretty tight, as you know. So maybe there's something out there that I'm unaware of, but yeah, right now I don't have anything on hand that I could add to it that's a USB powered. Pi 2 will run cameras, has Obico file in the repo. Cool. Yeah, I don't have a Pi 2 either. I just have a couple CB1s. The only Pi I have, I think, is the Pi 1, and that's in the Prusa wire that we need to get back to and finish up. Kind of put that one. That one's a little, it needs a little more. The V0 was closer to being finished, and so that's why I chose to do the V0 today. I wish I would show how to configure an expansion board like the Dragon Dinghy with Clipper. I will keep that in mind. What's that say? A bit nuts? A bit nuts. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't have a Dragon Dinghy though. If I can get my hands on one, I'll definitely set it up. I'm not sure what I would use it in. We'll go through a little bit of the firmware setup type stuff today. I would imagine it's the same. Dragon Dinghy is just an expansion board, so it's just like any other CAN board or USB, like a Nighthawk or anything like that that you would set up. I'm not sure that it is different at all. We could take a look real quick because I'm interested in what that looks like. So, of course, Chrome is never going to be correct once we do it, but let's do that. Okay, so we can look at Dragon Dinghy real quick. Yeah, so this is an expansion board like anything else, right? And so to answer your question, it looks like it's connected with CAN. So you would add it just like any other CAN device. and then it just provides you additional ports and whatever. What I like to use for CAN setup is Esoterical's guide. And if you start at the top here and go through this guide, it'll give you everything that you need to be able to set it up. And so you would have a dedicated CAN device here. They only list these three. They have these three here listed, but as long as you have the specs on how to set up that main board, I'll just use the U2C as an example. So you'll connect it however it's meant to be connected. What you need is this diagram here to tell you what wires go to what port. And then firmware wise, it should be flashed, I guess. If it's not, you'll need to flash it. And I don't know what that looks like. So this one has different examples. But what you need is that stuff there. So what CAN boot and clipper config it needs. Hopefully there's information on it. Yeah, so here's your documentation here. But it looks like it's a work in progress. All right, there's some stuff in here. CAN bridge, flashing it. See, again, it drives you to the same guide I just showed you. And then for your config, here's your config. So I don't have one to be able to demonstrate and show you, but that's what I would do there. You just can't get behind the big tree tech pies when Pi 3s are so cheap. Yes, I agree with you, Aaron. Pi 3s are pretty affordable, but what, they're like $35, $37. A Pi 4 is only 40 bucks. I just got one on Adafruit. It's not here yet. Adafruit, for whatever reason, takes like 2 weeks to get to me. Hey, Kitchell, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a while, man. Hey, Raj D, good morning. Big Tree Tech Cubic can go CAN or USB. Yeah, I've got an MMB Cubic reserved for the FL Sun S1 to unlock some additional capability on that machine. I just haven't done it. I clogged the extruder the other day and I got angry and just left it alone. So I need to declog it, add that Cubic in there. That'll allow me to have a smart filament sensor in there instead of the one that it has that constantly gets tough to put filament through. And then I can get some other capability as well. Good morning, Reth. Glad you could join. If you want to send me anything, you know where I'm at. You know my address. Havoc, good morning. You didn't miss anything yet. We're just shooting the breeze this morning, getting warmed up. A little bit cold in the garage. We're talking about how to set up additional CAN devices or whatever. Vilros has good Pi prices. Pi 5 is almost as... Exactly, yeah, a bit nuts. I would agree with you. Pi 4 and 5 are roughly the same cost. In fact, let's go to Vilros as someone suggested here, and we'll look at what Raspberry Pi board prices are. So let's look at a Pi 4. At least on this website, you can get... No, I don't want to sign up for your stuff. You can get a whole little kit, so with your heat sinks and your adapters in a 4 gig flavor for $68, which is kind of a lot. You really only need a 1 gig, and your 1 gig will be fine for most of what we do. If you plan to run a couple of extra cameras or some extra devices on your Pi, maybe a 2 gig is what you're looking at. But even for the kit, it's 60, right? And then for your Pi 5, I don't even have that listed on here. But your Pi 3 is probably going to be a little bit cheaper than that. You can get your Pi 3 board only for $43, $42. Get your Pis from DigiKey. You can look at DigiKey. I use them for a lot of other things, not necessarily Pis, but that is true that they sell Pis there. Let's look for Raspberry Pi 4. SBCs, and then what let's see what they got. There's a Pi. Oh, it's a B plus. Let's look for in stock. We don't want CM4s, we want Pi 4. Let's look at this guy here. So this is your 1 gig model. They've got almost 1,300 in stock, and it's 38 bucks. So about $40 for one of those. And if I look at, let's see, you get a CM5. Here's a Raspberry Pi 5. Their 4 gig model looks like 65. And that's the crazy part. I don't know that the 2 gig models are super available in the Pi 5 right now. Let's see. Yeah, here's your 2 gig. This one is 50. So maybe a Pi 5 is the way to go. It's only 50, and we said the other one was what, 45? Or no, it was 40 for the Pi 4. So you'll save yourself 10 bucks, but that $10 could make you future-proof because the Pi 5 is going to be supported better. It's going to be supported longer in that term. So the 3s are getting a little older. 4s are a couple of years old at this point as well. The Pi 5 just released, I think, last year. So Dragon Dinghy has the Clipper Flash details stamped on the board from what you can see. There you go, Steve. Thanks for sharing. You get yours from Micro Center. That's because they're close. Yeah, so Micro Center for me, closest is Tustin. I may go down there. So Creality is doing a Micro Center, I don't know, thing at all the different Micro Centers. And the closest one to me is in Tustin. It's about 2 hours away. I may go down for that mid-November. Agree, no Pi kits. Tariffs making pies. Not wrong. You're not wrong. Adafruit, yeah, I use Adafruit a lot for my pies, but DigiKey is an option. There's a bunch of different options. PieShop.us is an option. I have used them from time to time because sometimes one website will have it in stock, others won't. And so if I need a thing, I will go to where that thing is in stock. DigiKey has every type of weird connector made. Yeah, that's what I normally use them for, is connections and fans and stuff like that. You get a 5 for your Ender 3. Nice. Yeah, Ender 3s, when I was into that, I think I used a 0W to run Octoprint, actually, on that one. Watch your wallet if you go to MC. I know. The wife is nice enough to take me like once or twice a year, though, and lets me get a ton of filament. So I walk out of there with like 10 kilos of filament. You have a list of Creality users if you need to create a mailing list, letting them know you're coming. John, I appreciate it. Yeah, DM me on the Discord. Fortunately, RadOS won't run on a Pi 5. Really? I wonder why. I wasn't tracking that. Do I need more filament? No, Reth, I don't need more filament. I'm just saying, like, she'll take me down there. The only filament I need is if I need a specific color or a specific type that I don't have in stock right now. As you can see, I'm doing okay on the filament. Yeah, I'm tracking, John. I'm being funny. All right, what do you guys say we get down to work a little bit? Give you an update on where we are and what we're doing. Hey, happy good morning. Everyone needs more filament. I don't know, man. If I end up moving next summer, I don't want to take all this stuff with me. 45 minutes from Micro Center goes sometimes just for something to do. Yeah, exactly. Shelf Shack, right? If it were closer, if it were only 45 minutes away, I would drive and just go check it out. I'll jump on the bike and ride down there and check it out. Gladly take your filament. Closest micro center is up in DC. No thanks. Yeah, no thanks. You think filament's the right number of printer in +1? Oh, well, Nick, if I did that, man, I'd have 30, what, 31, I think. You have 2 micro centers within 20 minutes. I'm jealous, Robin B. Hey, Da Vinci. 2.5 hours, same. But work over that way pretty. Oh, I got you. Yeah, Micro Center, IKEA, and the mall just to kill a day. Oh, Projects in Dad's Garage, same for us, right? So the closest actual mall is about 45 minutes, but Micro Center, IKEA, a Galleria mall, and everything that LA has to offer is like 2 hours from here. But it's LA, and traffic, if you're there at certain times of day, traffic can take you 2 hours just to get out of it. So I avoid that place as much as possible. Must be in Chicago for 2 of them that close to each other. Just ordered a BMW R1300S. A bit nuts. Congrats, man. I had a S1000R, BMW S1000R for a couple of years. And then before I moved to Japan, I ended up selling the bike because I couldn't take it with me. And I wanted to buy one when I came back to the States 5 years ago. But I ended up getting the, I ended up getting the Triumph instead. It's a little more affordable. It's a little more utilitarian while still being sporty. So it hits a lot of the middle ground while still being cost effective. And so for that reason, this way, I like the Triumph. It's actually my second one I've owned. Answering for yourself, you're just highly irresponsible. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's check out the V0. Yep, that's a bunch of filament. So this came in the mail the other day for a project that I'm doing, and that'll be a short for later. So don't worry about this. And I don't know why, but the color balance got reset. I think what happened is there was an update on the camera, and so, ooh, not that one. Let's do this. Yeah, it was an update on the camera, and so it made things all weird. I think we're getting there. All right. Let me get this out of the way, and I'll show you the V0. Somehow it made sense to drop 30K on a bike. Whew. I mean, if you're into it, and that's your primary mode of transportation, a bike is not a bad thing. All right, let me get your camera set up here. Again, it had an update, and it didn't really work out the way that it was supposed to. It kind of reset a lot of things. So here is the V0. It is on and powered. I've just got it plugged in down here underneath the workbench. But that's your machine. Like I said, did some work on this over the last couple of days. I do need to trim a couple of belts here before we can really start using this thing, but that's it. Once the printer back, Reth, I will build an exact replica of this. Just send me a kit. I'll do that. But yeah, turned out really nice, I think. I still need to make the screen happen. Turns out the 90-degree USB cable that came with the kit, so this is how it was connected before. But with the stealth skirts, I can't put this 90-degree cable in there without interfering with the skirt. So I think what I'm gonna do is cut the end of this, separate out the 4 cables, and then connect to the back of the screen in a different way. It does allow for that. I just need to do some research and figure it out. So that's one of the nicety sort of add-on things that I need to do off stream at a different time. I will DM you. Thanks, Reth. Yeah, man. I'll build for you anything. Just you got to give me enough time, man. That's all. But yeah, here's the backside. So tried to keep it as clean as possible. This cable, I need to figure out a way to secure that against the frame there. The original piece that just turned it, picking it up. There we go. The original piece that would connect to the frame there to secure your wiring is built for a umbilical, and this is not umbilical. This is CAN, so it doesn't fit with this beauty cover plate type deal on here, and so I need to figure out a different solution. And I think the way I'm going to do that is by modifying this little red piece. So this plate is built for an umbilical tool head board that comes with the stock LDO kit. This is not that. And so right now the cover has this red piece here. I just need to jump in CAD and design something a little different that will hold that there, provide like a zip tie point, and it should be pretty easy just to model up something to go in there. So that'll need to happen. And I just noticed I forgot a zip tie here. So before I really start moving this thing around, I want to try and secure this. It's slightly cold out here, so I've got a little bit of the shakes this morning. Yeah, it's what, 40 something degrees outside? Yeah, when I woke up, yeah, 45 degrees outside this morning. All right, so that's there. Let's cut that off. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? Good morning. Sorry, just catching up on chat now. At this point in your life, you can never get a bike. You lost too many friends. I get it. Projects in Dad's garage. I had a spill a couple years ago myself. 4 ribs broken. Tore up all these knuckles here. That's why they look all weird. And mild concussion. And skinned my knee to the bone. So relatively mild. But yeah, it still happens. Good morning, Keela. Pouring rain? Oh, I'm sorry. Lost one in July? Oh man, I'm sorry. Yeah, like, we know as riders that it's risky riding a bike. And so it's part of it, right? You understand that riding is not the safest thing in the world to do. But the love of doing it is more than I don't know, outweighs the risk, I guess. So glad it's raining. Yeah, we had some rain earlier in the week, and behind that is a cold front. It's going to warm up a little bit into like maybe the mid 80s, low 80s, something like that, like 83, 84. And then on next week, Wednesday, it's supposed to get cold again. So I cannot wait. Love the spam. Awesome. TJL, good morning. I don't know what happened, but YouTube changed everybody's names. All right, but that's it. That's it there. And we can work on some firmware stuff as promised. So I was able to get it to boot. This is it here. Things are talking like they should. I'll show you the current config. So we've got the Pico working and talking. And then the CAN is working and talking. That was pretty straightforward. The CB1 comes flashed already with the host MCU stuff on there. Hey, DJ Midnight Wolf, good morning. You would never tell someone not to do what they love, and I get why people love it. I just can't. Yep, I understand, man. Motorcycling is not for everyone. But neither is dirt bike and F1 and all these other dangerous things that we do. Flying sometimes. But it still shows your nickname. Yeah. That's the weird thing. So DJ Midnight Wolf, who else? Projects in Dad's Garage, Nick, Mrs. Lee Marie. All of you guys are showing your proper normal names. But some people like Robin B and John and Brad have different names in YouTube out of the blue. Like last week you guys were one way, and this week I'm seeing your names come up as something else. Happy, yes, yours is kind of normal. It's got a 7348 at the end of it now, where it didn't used to have that. What browser? So I'm seeing it in my Streamlabs. So I'm not on a browser, but Harsh Reality, yours just says H Reality. Your proper name is Nick. Yeah, so Nick, yours is saying Nick 2024. Hey Zoid 3D, good morning. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but a lot of folks are showing different in the chat. This stream sucks. Come follow you on Kick. Yeah, go follow Lee Marie on Kick. If you want an actual stream where things happen and get done, go visit that guy. Yeah, your show is John, but other streams it's display name. I think it's a setting. Setting for me or setting for you? Or don't. YouTube are removing the name alias. That might be a thing. So like Raj D used to show as Raj D, but today it's I am Raj D. What on earth is Kick? Kick is kind of like a Twitch, whereas Twitch is really focused on gaming and community sharing and stuff. Kick is more like adult version of Twitch. So you can say all the things and do all the things, and there's one magician guy on there that's pretty damn funny for me, and Tyler Sherwin, I think is his name, but he's a pretty funny magician guy and does some crazy stuff. Oh, I know you love me, Jeremy, but I appreciate the razzing in chat. It's what makes this fun. Swift kicking the gonads. Yeah. Magician Dicky, yeah. You do need to check it out, Projects in Dad's Garage. It's the Tyler Sherwin Magic, I think is the name of it. But it's more adult flavored, so keep that in mind. Don't share it with the kids. He is pretty damn funny. Blow him a kiss. So I thought about getting one of those things and doing the same thing, but I'm not gonna do it. This is YouTube content, so we can't. But if you do want to check that guy out, he's pretty funny. All right. I went ahead and set up a few of the temperature sensors. This is going to run Calico, so it's going to allow you to have a lot of extra features in it that may not be in normal Clipper. So if you win this printer, you're going to have an expanded ability to tune Clipper to how you want it to be. One of those things is the kinematics. I'm choosing to do a limited Core XY kinematic. That's going to allow you to set different accelerations for independent axes. So your X-axis can have one accel, your Y-axis can have a different acceleration. And so when you're moving in different ways, the printer itself may use a different acceleration depending on how it's moving. With a normal Core XY in normal Clipper, you're locked into a single acceleration for both axes. And that's one of the features that Calico allows. The other one is centraless homing. So because we're going to use centraless homing on the V0, you would have to do a lot of different setup with normal Clipper and have different macros and different homing speeds and things like that just to be able to do centraless homing. In Calico, all I have to do is add this line, use centraless homing true, and it's going to enable that. Now you still have to do the jumpers on the Pico and things like that, but it's a lot easier to set up. We still have to tune it. We still have to pick the correct setting to allow that to work with 2209s, but It's a lot easier in Calico, in my opinion. You're also going to have danger options in here that you can use. There's going to be expanded ability to use different heaters and different fans and things like that. And so one of the other things that I did is down in the fan section, I added in bed fans. And those bed fans are going to work to heat up your chamber a little easier and a little quicker and circulate some of that air. So that'll be a thing. What else did I do in here? I have not set up the NeoPixels yet. So the bed NeoPixel is installed and it's pinned to the correct pin on the board, but I haven't set it up. So I don't know really what I want to do there. Maybe we turn on red and we'll leave it like that. What else did I do? Hot end RGBs I have not set up. I need to do that. And then the frame PCBs, the frame LEDs, I haven't even installed because the little mounts that connect into the 1515, I printed the incorrect ones. So I need to print new ones, get those installed, and then I gotta figure out the wiring. So there's only one RGB port on the SKR Pico, and I use that for the bed LED. How do I add these additional LEDs? I'm not exactly sure. So I need to figure that out and do some research behind the scenes. And then also print the new parts and get those installed. Tears apart Ender 3 and finds out his replacement board lied about being dropped in. Oh no. DJ Midnight Wolf, what do you need? This functionality is not implemented in Slicers though. Correct. It's one of your favorite features of Calico. Yes. Is it ready? Liz, almost. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Check it out. It's almost ready. We're tweaking some firmware today and trying to get it to move correctly. I thought only Jeremy blew hot air. Color swap queen. Oh, that lady's here, right? That lady. Thanks, Liz. Hopefully you win it. You'll have to pick it up in the States, though, unfortunately. Drive down to Zombie's house and pick it up. Also, the default screen is much better in Calico. I don't disagree. Second MCU for the LEDs. You could do that. I think there's a way, because Reth had it set up with these LEDs when he gave it to me. So there's a way to do it. So these are the sticks. These are rainbow match sticks. So we'll make a Christmas-like color theme light show thing that we can do. And they mount right here under the side extrusion. And the way that he had it wired was these two were wired together with an adapter, but I forget where he had it connected, and I did not see what the config was to be able to do that. So I have to figure that out. But it should be able to work. You love the feet? Yeah, me too. The extended feet will give it a little bit bigger of a base, and then the skirts are all stealth skirts. You have so many names. Is that lady again? I think you can just daisy chain all the LEDs as long as they're the same IC. Not sure what IC is. You do have those. Okay. Oh, JST-XH. Yes. Yep. So, got to set up some of that stuff. But I think the thing we need to do first, these additional sensors I don't have installed, so that's why it's all blocked off. But the config is there to be able to do that. This is for a chamber sensor that the Pico Billicle adds on. But again, we're not doing a Pico Billicle, so that doesn't matter. Some of the sensorless homing stuff, you don't really need it because, again, it is running Calico, but this is all the stock stuff that you would have to use if you were doing sensorless homing with normal Clipper. So realistically, we could, comment all of that out. And I think we probably should for fixing this. And then your homing override, probably the same. Comment all of that out for sensorless. print start macros. These are very, very basic macros just to get things going. And then it says, please customize for your slicer. We haven't done any of that. This is just stock from the LDO printer config. Oh, you mean like LEDs? You think you ran the LEDs through a Pico Billicle? Oh, well, it didn't come with the Pico Billicle though. So I don't know. Maybe we don't do LEDs, unfortunately. I don't know. I'll definitely throw them in the box for the winter, and if they want to add a different main board and whatnot, they'll have that option. You got crimps, you're on your way. Doesn't the Pico have a tiny speaker? Can you make it play Christmas cards? I don't think the Pico has a speaker. I want to say the screen here. Yeah, there's no speaker on the Pico, but the screen, maybe it doesn't. I thought the screen had a beeper, but I guess it doesn't. It'd be really cool if it could play like Jingle Bells or something like that, but I'm not seeing a speaker on any of those items. I think if you used a bigger screen, like you had a 12864 screen, it would work. Installing a JBL on your printer? Holy crap. Probably make the motor. You could. I don't know how to do that. That's way above my skill set. But if we can make it happen, Nick, DM me offline. Like, shoot me a resource that I can use to learn how to do that. I would love to make it happen. Gotta play Fetty Wap when it starts a print. I'm not against that either. Make the motor sing like the old days. Floppy disk. Switch to 4988 and make the printer sing. GTR stepdad. That's funny. Good morning. What else? Some unload macros. Again, these are in there as stock. Some of this other stuff is some stock stuff. These LEDs. This was for the Pico Billicle, which again we're not using. So I don't know if any of this really makes any sense. So the LEDs are incorrect, right? I just need to change them to the LEDs in the tool head. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, we don't have the LED config stuff in here. It's Hadron. Well, Hadron, your name is showing up as Zoid 3D. A1 plays Rick Astley. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. DJ Midnight Wolf, if it really does that, I need you to post a video of that. Like, jump in my server and drop a video of that. I would love to see that. Good morning, Jeff. I'm gonna stick with it. Hey, do it up. You will later. Thanks, man. I want to see this thing. That's pretty cool. Again, here's some of your bed fan macros as well. I added that one in there. Set heater temperature. This is also for the bed fan, so it's going to turn the bed fan on depending on how hot you want that to happen. So it's not going to turn on for like PLA temperatures, but for ABS temperatures, it will turn that fan on. And that's what all of these macros do. I need to pull these out and put it in its own separate macro file. So we'll call this one macros. And that's just going to clean up the config a little more. Like that. And then we'll come in here and we'll pull out all of those macros. So basically from here all the way up to print start, right? So we'll pull all of that out. And we're not doing any of that stuff. So that's extra. Save that one. Come in here. Paste it. Save that one. And then we'll do an include up here. Say include macros. And then we don't have print area bed mesh in here either. Probably because I'm not working with a clicky probe. So this is probably unnecessary. All right, I think where I want to go now is to the startup guide for the Voron, and then we're doing a V0. I've got this, and then we're just going to start at the top and go through how you would normally set it up if you were building a new machine. All right, so we know that we can see things and that we can log into the mainsail interface. Numbers underneath, control the distance. Cool, I'm done. Let's move on. So I like that it's interactive. That didn't used to be the case a couple of years ago. Voron team has done a lot of work behind the scenes to make this very, very easy. Start by verifying temperatures that are properly reported. Navigate to the temperature graph. Verify the temperature of the nozzle and bed are present and not increasing. I am seeing them. They are present here, and they are not increasing. Yeah, you're using it the other day. Kudos to them. Yeah, it makes it super easy, man. Like, I'll actually use this for other printers as well. So not just a Voron machine. This applies to a lot of different machines running Clipper. Is there a components list of this build? I'm just curious if you missed it. Hi, Warp Scale. A components list. No, unfortunately not. Hey, my LED is working now. Unfortunately not. So what, I'll give you the background on this printer really quick. So this is a V0 kit, an LDO V0.2 kit that Ref donated to the stream so that we could rebuild it and raffle it off on 9 November. So roughly 20 days from now. And I chose to rebuild it with a Christmas theme, their logo, and a couple of updates. So we did a dragon burner. This is a Sherpa Mini. Long story on that one. Sherpa Mini. There's an EBB board running CAN. And then we did a tulip mod on it. So that gives you adjustable front tensioners here that you can screw with a screw. And then you have double shear motors. So that's another thing. We did stealth skirts with the extra wide stealth feet. And we did a belted Z. It's called the Cat 2Z mod. So that's the list off the dome about what I've done, because everything in the back was normal, right? So still a Pico and still a Pi. So this is a CB1 on a Pi 4 adapter. And then we have to add the CAN connection here so that we could run the CAN system. The only other mod I did was the EMS, so the Electronics Management System from Physies Tech. And that's it, man. That's the list of mods. Top Hat is here. I still need to print parts to change it from black over to the Christmas theme. And then we would need to install that on top of the printer here. But that's the list of things. Don't forget to hit the like button. Tell them, and then I will get them. Trying to get this in frame. There we go. yeah, so that's the rundown. And then we're gonna raffle this thing off in a little bit. We got the LED working on it though, that's cool. So that was just a config change. All right, verify the heaters. Navigate to the temperature graph, type in 50, followed by enter in the tool. Wait about 10 seconds and see what happens. Okay, so we'll come up here, we'll go 50 on the extruder. I heard the fan come on, so that tells me that I've got the pins swapped because those are the part fans. Oh man, that's funny. I kind of seen it start to warm up and we're shutting down. What's happening here? See the verify heater section. Not extruding, not heating at the expected rate. That's normal. We'll get through it here. So I know that we need to swap the fan pins because for whatever reason, actually, you know what? I'll just change those here at the tool head itself. So we'll just remove that pin. We'll just swap these connections rather than mess with the stock firmware. There we go. So now that should work. The other thing that we need to do is verify the cool color scheme. Thanks, Naveen. Uh-oh, he's in cap lock mode. Who's that? Who's in caps lock mode? Shift key and caps lock. Okay, so for whatever reason, the hot end was not working out. Let's see. Let's go to extruder. So that's what it is for a, sorry, it's listed on the wire. We're doing a 104 NT is what it should be. So we'll go to our config reference real quick. And if you use Calico, it'll take you to the Calico setup when you click that config reference. Then we'll come down to extruders. I pass it? I think so. Maybe not. Additional stepper motors, heaters. Yeah, I don't think we have a custom heater. No, let's do extruder. Sure, stepper. Heater, maybe? Oh, that's not what I want. I want this one. Sausage finger hit enter and ruin your message. Sometimes you hit send, the printer does look great. Gonna be one heck of a gift to somebody. Yes. And one heck of support for 3D printing elves. So if you haven't gotten your tickets, get over there. Get your tickets. Shut up. Oh, you guys kill me. I think I do want to do NPC control on it and talk about how we work through that one. But I think right now I just want to get it going with what we have and see how that works out. Where's like the heater type in here? It usually shows it. There we go. I missed it somehow. All right. So it is not this one. We want this guy. I think that might be what's in there. Yeah, that's already what's in there, but that's what the label says. 104 NT. And that's what's in there, 104 NT. So that should be good. I don't know why that's not heating. I wonder if it's this pin, the heater pin here. So we'll go EBB. We'll go to this one and we'll check out the config. All right, so on the extruder, your heater pin is 13, not 2. Peanut butter 13, right? Yeah, peanut butter 13. And then your sensor is this one. So I don't know how we got mixed up here. I think maybe it's a mix of copy and pasting from the LDO dock plus the EBB docks, and we got our wires crossed there a little bit. I don't like these spaces in between. So like that, and then we could do MPC here, but we'll come back to that. So that looks good now. Save and restart and see if this works for us. We'll do 50 again. 100%. Correct fan is coming on. We're actually seeing heating now, which is great. So that means that works. Let's see if it got hot. Yeah, it got a little warm. So that's good. Go back into the documentation. We're good there. Moving on. All right, we're down to stepper motor checks now, which is great. So I'm going to show you the machine while I run the different codes here. So the one thing that we want to do is stepper buzz. So we'll copy that one there. Come back over to this guy, drop that in the console, and we'll see what happens on the motor. What we should see is, so B motor, A motor, so X, Y. Okay, so this motor should turn clockwise and then back. It'll do that 10 times once we enter that command. And that's not what's happening. This one over here is moving. So it looks like our motors are swapped. So run the code again with stepper Y this time. And now this one is moving. So the motors are swapped. But they're moving in the proper direction, I think. So probably the easier way to do it is to just unpin and then put them in the right spot. Is the gantry racked, or is that an optical illusion artifact? We have not de-racked the gantry, I'll say that. So if it appears racked, it might be, but it might be an optical illusion. It's hard to answer your question. I am trying to mess with the image here. Because my cameras are all messed up. You're gonna focus there. You're gonna focus here. Here we go. There it is. Okay. Reverend, yeah, I'll try to answer your question. I don't know. It looks not racked. We'll find out. Okay, so those two steppers are swapped. Looking at the documentation. So we ran the stepper buzz check here. Ensure the motor which responds is the one you want. And it wants us to run through all of those, right? So stepper A, stepper B. Stepper X is the back left gantry motor. Actually, I think that is what happened. Maybe I'm wrong and have it backwards here. So we'll try this one more time and see which one moves. So stepper X, they are saying is the back left gantry motor. Well, clockwise first, then counterclockwise or anti-clockwise, depending on how you say that. So X should be back left motor. And it is. It's going clockwise and anti-clockwise. And then if I do stepper Y, that should be this guy over here. Clockwise, anti-clockwise. So they are correct based on what I'm seeing in the docs. Probably the camera angle and perspective. Yeah, maybe. Happy the panel looks really good. It does. It's a great looking panel. To be just a vinyl wrap on a stock panel, it's really great. Really, really great. We still have to do the back panel. So this is the back panel. It is smoked acrylic, I believe. I think it's smoked. I haven't unwrapped it yet because you do panels last, unless you like paint. Yeah, so it's smoked acrylic, and we have the nice breathable stuff there. So when you put this on, you'll still be able to see everything in the back. I just need to print the pieces to hold it in place. Very cool. All right, so those are moving correctly then, according to this. Clockwise first, and so that's the back right. Yep, that's correct. Stepper Z is going to move the bed down then up. If that doesn't happen, we'll know that we need to invert. Okay, so ours is moving the opposite direction. It's going up first, so we need to invert that. And the way that we invert is pretty simple. You just go into your printer config, you go down to your stepper Z, and your dir pin here has the exclamation point or bang if you're on Twitch. Just remove it if it's there, or add it if it's not. And that's going to change your direction to the opposite. Got to order your connector sleeving and get something. The antithesis finish. Got it. Yeah, I need to finish the second one over there. My first one is finished. We've shown that on stream a couple times. But the second one I need to finish up. But I decided to print all the parts in a different color, like a UV reactive color. And so I need to replace all of it. It's basically a rebuild. I haven't had the bandwidth to do it. All right, so we inverted that. The bed should now go down first and then back up. And that's what happens. So that checks out. Extruder buzz. Let's see, the extruder moves. We're just making sure that it moves. Copy that one, come back here, do this. And we just want to make sure that it moves. And it's moving. That may be hard to see on camera, but it's moving. You have ideas once you get this one finished, trying to learn everything with this first build, learning CAD more as you build. It's a way to do it. Yeah, I modified a couple of parts, but it was just to use a different tool board, and I made the mount for a BD sensor, which is very, very basic and utilitarian in design, but it works for what I need. All right, so all of those things move like they should. Run this command for each of the motors, cool. And then we have this guide here, but we haven't moved anything yet. So you're done? It's moving more than you. Hey, Kevin, good morning. Man, you missed it. We were talking about me. I was like an hour and a half late waking up this morning, which put me about 2 or 3 minutes behind on starting the stream too. So I'm with you. Hey, Captain Kern, good morning. That's right. Check out Captain Kern on YouTube. In-stop checks. You'll be using sensorless homing. Test any physical in-stops you do have, and then refer to this guide. All right, we have a Z axis. Working on the Orbitool board. Nice. Yeah, I had to build one for a Nighthawk. My antithesis uses a Nighthawk. It's in here. And then in stops, you have to refresh. And then Z is open as it should be. If I hold that in stop pin, it is now triggered and let go. It's open. So good. That's what we wanted. So that one checks out. Make sure the in stops is triggered. Z stays open. Manually press. Listen for the click. And good. Cool. Let's see. You need to be able to quickly stop the printer in case something goes wrong, of course. Have a computer right next to the printer with the command already in the terminal line. I think we have an E-stop. Yeah, so there's an emergency stop up top here. As a nuclear option, power off the printer. Okay, so we need to do the sensorless setup. But I think first I want to make sure that our motors are moving in the correct direction. So we'll do a little bit of this guide here. Get out of here, fly. So I know there's like a set kinematic position command I can do, but there should be a tool that is not here. I thought there would have been a tool to... I forget what that command is. Let's see. Set kinematic position clipper. What is the command here? Oh, wait. Copy that. I love AI. All right, here, this, and then we could say 0, 0, 0. Actually, we'll make the Z 30. Unknown command. Oh, it's because I did it wrong. That's it. And then we'll do X is roughly 50 and Y is 50, and that's cool. So we'll do that. Now it thinks everything is homed, when in reality it's not. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to create a macro so that I can just use that in the future. Sorry, I'm clicking around so much. In the macros under your settings here, you go to experts. You can group them. I thought in simple I could add one. That's okay. We'll come into our machine. We'll add this under macros here. And we'll say, so you do this like any of these other print start macros and stuff. So you'll just do your brackets and you say G code, you spell it correctly, macro. We'll call this one set kinematic position. That's going to be the name of it. Whatever you type there, that's going to be what the button is called. And then we can come down and your G code will be the command itself. So now we have a button that we can just click instead of having to type in the set kinematic position every time. There is our button. So if I click that, you can see it put everything homed. That'll allow me to move left and right a couple of millimeters to be able to determine if our directions are correct. Okay. So if I take it 10 to the left on X, it should move that way. And it did. 10 to the right. Good to go. Let's see if Y works. Positive 10, negative 10. And then we'll do, on Z, we'll move it to, I don't know, we'll go 10 here. Cool. And if I take this to 30, very cool. So things are moving like we would expect them to move. Hey, Iconic Fab, good morning. Just ordered 2 each of the new 36 and 42 boards, Captain Kirk. Nice, I did as well. So I got 2 of the 36 and only 1 of the 42. The 42 I'm gonna put on the rat rig, I think. And then the 36s, I'm just gonna have those spare for, 1 will go for our members only build. The other one will be a spare for whatever I choose to put it on. But I'm hoping they get here in the next couple of weeks. I was really excited to see those. They are, I think, only, what, $5 more than the older versions, but you get a lot more capability, a lot more fan ports and things like that. I'm still a fan of the Nighthawk because USB is just dead simple, but for those can machines I do own, the 36 version 2 is really cool. $17.95? Yeah. Yeah, for 18 bucks, like, I don't even know how you say no to that. Iconic Fab, unfortunately we're not using your stealth press today. We're already, you know, pretty much done with the build, so I don't have anything else to press in. But been loving the stealth press a lot. What else can we do here? Let's go back to our documentation. So things are moving correctly. Things are heating correctly. We need to get to our centerless homing point. For the V0, it's not really going to matter. I can't move that bed. It is what it is. What we will have to do, though, is level it out. So I've got, I don't know, fingers that don't work well in tight spaces. And so I printed some really fat knobs on there. So hopefully whoever takes this home, they have a good option to be able to turn those. Let's see. Yeah, so the bed is just going to be what it is. There's no changing that. So for your Z2, after homing Z, you can use the Z in-stop calibrate command to find the correct position in-stop value automatically. Okay. Let's try it. Let's see if we can get Z going. So if I home Z, it's going to go to the bottom, and it should click. There we go. So it did just like it was supposed to do. I'm going to throw that command in here. So Z in stop calibrate, and we'll see what happens. Never mind. It's trying to do the manual probe stuff. So it believes that it's at 117 right now. I don't know that I'm ready to do that because the bed's not level and we still need to do our other stuff. So I'm going to abort that for now. I thought that was going to do something else. So maybe we come back to this one at a later point. So we'll go back to our NZOPs here. We'll go to the sensorless homing guide. I worked through some of this yesterday when I was setting up the config, but I didn't get all the way through. Hey, LTX Designs, good morning. So starting, this covers an octopus. That's not what we're using. So the gist is make sure that you have your diag jumpers on in the places that they're supposed to be. That's going to be individual to whatever board that you're using. For the Pico, there are just 2 jumpers that you put on external pins next to the heatsink, and that covers the centerless homing stuff. The other side of it is you need to add your diag pins in. So for us, that would be these here. Sorry, under your 2209. So the GPIO pins, and it's a pull-up. That's what the little caret in front of the GPIO means. So you need one for your X and then one for your Y, because that's what we're using centerless on. So as long as you have those 2 things, jumpers and config, you should be ready to go. Voron is really good about giving you some stock clipper settings here, which again, we're using Calico, so this is irrelevant. And then they give you some danger clipper / calico macros down here, or instructions. And so there's a guide you could follow to get it if you want calico. And this is an example down below with a 5P and 2240 drivers. So your step, endure, and enable pins will have to change depending on what board you're using. Again, we're using a Pico. Those things are already set. The rest of this is available, and this is what I copied and pasted over to the to my config for this printer. Your 2240 settings will also change because the Pico uses 2209s, so keep that in mind. The one main setting we want to worry about is this driver SGT. For the 2209, it's SGT HRS or something like that, threshold, and that setting starts at 255. So it'll walk you through what to do for each section. It also tells you to change some homing current stuff here. Again, that eliminates any of the additional macros that you would need with normal clipper, which is why I chose to go with calico instead. Good morning, Steve. Good to see you. We're gonna raid over to you as soon as we're done this morning. You're doing Tridex again today, correct? Trimax. Trimax. Cool. So this is where we are here. Force move is true. I believe I've already got that into the config. Yep, it's right here at the top. Get rid of that. So in the console, run the following command to set the active value for stall guard when using 2209s. Copy that guy and come back to our console. So that is set. And then if you have a different value for different stepper drivers, you'll use that one there. And then it just says to home X. So let's see what happens. It should not move because the sensitivity is too light. And that's what we saw. So no change, no movement at all. So these are all stock clipper details. Again, we're not doing any of that. So this is the cool part. Calico, you don't have to do anything because it just does it all internally to the software. All right, so this is normal, just means value is too sensitive, which is what we wanted. Early on, take jumps of 50. At some point, you'll get X to home all the way to the rail. If you went too slow, it might bump hard. Repeat steps 1 and 2 until you find something that bumps the rail but doesn't super crash into it. Sitting here trying to flash clipper to your CB1, it keeps disconnecting from your internet, and you have to reinstall the OS image. Dense osmium. That's weird. Like, if it disconnects from your internet, I don't know that you need to continue to flash the OS image. What you should be able to do is flash the image one time and then edit the config file on the SD card before you put it into your CB1. You're going to edit that config file to add your Wi-Fi information. That should be all you have to do. Once you plug it into your CB1 after that, it should connect after a short period, and you should be able to access through the IP of that CB1. I don't know why it's disconnecting you, and I don't know why you have to continue to flash the image because of that. I've not experienced that before. Anyone got a good name for a goofy box 3D printer you're working on? Not Core XY, but it looks like one. Goofy name. This is where I'm not very creative in that realm of things. Goofy name. I don't know, ChatGPT? Maybe ask Claude. Oh, I just remembered we're doing a filament giveaway today, and I haven't even dropped you guys the link. Let me do that for you before I forget again. Turning it on. For those that have one on the stream, you guys are getting your filament, correct? Like, we're not running into issues or anything like that with the filament deliveries. You guys are getting what you're supposed to get. So I'm trying to set this up behind the scenes here. Got a little late this morning. Here we can delete all responses. Okay. Let me get you a link. All right, let's. I'm dropping this in chat for you all. So there is your filament giveaway link. Before I forget again, make sure that you all go in there and sign up to get free filament from LDO Jason. They just released a gold filament at Vice this past weekend, and it looks pretty sweet. I'm super jealous that I didn't get to go. Good morning, John. It's looking great, thanks. You got yours, 3D Medic Vince? Nice. Were you happy with it? You weren't here to claim it. Yeah, sorry. Hey, Pop Away. You already said it, Goofy Box. Yeah, we're just setting up some sensorless homing real quick. All right, so it says if you went too low, bump it up. Eventually find the biggest number. When the maximum is found, continue to decrease by 5 or so until the X home bumps too hard. You may need to walk this in by 1 point. This is your minimum value. Ideally, we have a value between the min and max. That will always work. So you tend to shoot for something less than halfway between the min and the max. All right, so this is where I get my notebook out because my memory is not always the best. So we get out the notebook and we start taking notes on our min and max values. So sensorless, and then for X, your min is something, and then your max is something else. We'll do the same for Y. Yeah, just take a little note. Your child getting Petty as a middle name, so they always win in life. Just hopped in, Swaggy, Shaggy, sorry, Shaggy. Thanks for being here. Not in the US for filament. Yeah, sorry, DIY Maker. I don't control that. It's tough getting things and stuff around the world, so thanks for being here regardless. I definitely appreciate it. Thanks for the sub, Shaggy. I hear some talking on there. Somebody's talking. So I'm trying to hear it. It's so quiet, I could barely hear it come through. Yeah, but thanks for the sub. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to our printer. Sorry, this one. Hitting all the wrong buttons this morning. We can use that same value from before, but we're going to decrease it, right? Until we find a sort of a max value that the printer will home, but bumps a little bit too hard. So we'll start with 200 here, and I'm going to take you guys to the printer itself so we can watch this. If you really care about the commands I'm putting in, it's in the bottom right corner there. We just want to see what this does. So there's that, and then we can try to home X. It moved a touch, but not enough. Test. Exactly. So we'll take and put the command in again. This time I'm going to take it down to, let's say, 150. And then we'll try to home X again. Sort of homes, not really. I think one thing that may be something for later is we are using TMC auto tune on here. And it could be that the auto tune is messing with it. So for now, I'm just comment that out. Save and restart. I think the auto tune overrides any of the settings that you put in for sensorless. So it's best to comment that out, find your value, and then use auto tune. I had forgotten about that until just now. So we'll set our kinematic position using our macro that we created earlier. Put this back to the right. Put our value in as 150 for the homing, and then we'll try to home X. So again, moved, but didn't move enough. We'll take it down to 100 and try to home. Still a little bit. Let's try. Let's try 50. See if that works. 50 X homes, but a little bit too hard. All right, so 50 is good-ish. We'll take it to, this is where I go by 10, so we'll increase by 10 and send that. We'll turn the motors off so I can move this back over manually. And set our position. And we'll try to home X at 60. 60 works. Let's try 70. So 70. Home X. Still a little hard. We'll try 80 now. Move our X out of the way. So 80 on the homing. This is the tedious part, like dialing this in. And then we'll try this one at 80. 80 is pretty decent. I think we'll say that our max is probably 80. What do I think about the Rat Rig V Minion? I have one. It was a great machine. I started modifying it and tore it apart, and it's still not back together all the way. But the amount that I used it was pretty good. DIY maker. I used it to print a lot of the parts for my initial Trident build. So I put it in a hot box and printed a bunch of ABS so that I could build a larger machine. But I like it. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. It'd be better if you had an updated hot end, so something like a Rapido or whatnot on there. Something more than like I think it came with a V6? No, it came with a Dragonfly. It came with a Dragonfly. So that hot end is not really up to speed for what we do in today's printing. So something that could flow maybe around 30, 35 is pretty good. Things that come to mind: Rapido standard flow, Tube Compact, possibly a Volcano if you wanted to do that. But I like it otherwise. There's a couple of mods out there that make it a little more user-friendly, things that put the electronics on the frame instead of in its own separate box. I like those things. So V-Minion with mods, great. V-Minion without mods, still pretty damn good. Tube Compact is your new dream. Yeah, I've got a couple here in the shop that I've been testing for a while. They really are as good as all the literature says. I'm seeing about 35 to 40 cubic millimeters of flow, somewhere in that range. Let's just average it at 37. I'm using it on the antithesis, doing some flow testing and whatnot, and I'm seeing 37 pretty comfortably with PLA. Yeah, with PLA. Thanks, Pop Away. All right, so for our min value now, I think that's the other thing we need to find. Yeah. The max found continue to decrease the value by 5 until X homes, but bumps too hard. Need to walk this in. What? I'm confused now. Oh, so our min value is probably around 60, I think. Let's try this again. Move this out a few. Do our min value, and we'll make it. Well, we tested 60 already. Let's try 50 now. And then home X. Still a little too hard. We'll back that off. Put in, let's go 30. Home again. Still a little too hard. Let's try 10. Okay. Shohei Ohtani putting on one hell of a show. If I were a baseball fan, I'd watch. I can't baseball. What back idlers are these? Seems quite different than stock V0. Great question, Iconic Fab. I'll give you a quick overview, as you're probably not the only one that came in a little bit late. If you're mixed up or don't, the higher numbers mean more sensitive. Pop away, yes. Higher numbers are more sensitive. Lower numbers, least sensitive. So take your point. I'm going the wrong direction. You're correct. You're correct. That explains a lot. But to answer your question, Iconic Fab, so what we're looking at, Dragon Burner, Sherpa Mini, EBV 36, stealth skirts with a screen, Kirigami bed, belted Z-axis, and then back here, what you're looking at, this is called the Tulip mod. So it's a double shear modification that takes your tensioners from the back of the machine here and puts it in the front of the machine that you can tension with an M3 screw, making it a little bit easier. I've seen some where the knobs at the back are hard to get to, hard to turn by hand. And if you use that tool, I've seen them break tensioners before. This allows a lot more rigidity while keeping things a lot more compact and open. So not stock, that is a mod. It also uses pins. So pins in the motor mounts are the screws themselves. Pins in the XY joints are actual pins that your idlers and stuff are riding on. You love Tulip mod. Shaggy, have you used Tulip mod on your machine? All right, so I think our min, what did we say? We said that was 80. Let's move this off. All right, so 80 is probably the min, where it doesn't go too hard. Yeah, pop away, thank you for that. I was going the opposite direction there. This thing can get a little crazy. Yeah, I just installed like 3 days ago. Nice, dude. Yeah, I've been working on this one a couple of weeks here on stream, and a little bit behind stream just to get it working and going without too much consternation. Doing anything live makes it a little more slow. So that's 80. I think 80 is pretty good. Let's try, I don't know, 90 here. We're making it less sensitive. 90 works pretty well. let's try 100. $100 also works. So let's try 110. 110 does not work. All right, so I think we're somewhere between 80 and 100, and going in the middle, it looks like 90 worked pretty well. So I think 90 is going to be our value going forward. To be able to save that, I'm going to come into my config here, and we'll add our 90 in two separate places. First, I'm going to put it here in the X under, yeah, this, right? So 90 works pretty well right here. And then for our auto tune, where are we at? Oh, we commented out right here. So this one, probably the same. So we'll put 90 right there. Save and restart. Use this in TMC auto tune. Okay. Let me see. How do I copy this? Yeah, I've not used a lot of, what do they call those things? Not callbacks. I forget the name of it, but yeah, I'm aware of that feature. I haven't used it yet, and I'm not experienced enough in that realm to be able to like think through what that means. Constants. That's the name of it. Constants. How can I? Let me just type it in. It's not going to allow me to copy what you dropped in there, Nathan. So let me try this. So you have this, and then you have $, because why not? Dollar. And projects, I see your question. Just give me a second here. TMC 2209. Stepper X. Driver SGT HRS. Okay, so whatever I change it to in up above is what it's going to put down below. I think that's what the constant stuff means. Let me just double check to make sure. SG4 THRS. Now you only need to change the value at one place. Yep, tracking. Thanks, Nathan, for that. These are those like quality of life things that I think about later on and go back and change. Constants I haven't used before, and so I'm not very experienced in using constants, but I do like it. I was hesitant because I like to stick to what I know. And then we'll do the same here for Y. But I do appreciate you. And then we can just enable all this. Projects in Dad's Garage. How do I like the tube? I love it. It's really good. Tube compact flows enough for most people, and it allows you to print a little faster for those machines that are able to do it. I think tube big, like whatever, tube regular is probably too much. You can get like 60, 65, maybe 70 flow out of that, depending on the nozzle that you're using and the temperature you're using. Overkill for a lot of people in a lot of different machines, unless you're printing really large things at big nozzle orifice size. Tube compact fits in most machines. It's roughly the same length as a typical Rapido. Uses all standard nozzles, all standard heaters and thermistors. And if you clog it, you put a torch on it, clear it out. It's completely repairable in that regard. So it's pretty durable. It does command a little bit higher price. I would say it's on par with the cost of like a Rapido high flow. I mean, if you're paying 110 for that, or something like 150 for a Goliath, I think a tube compact makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways. So those are my thoughts, and that's having used it on 2 different machines for the last 3, 4, 5 months. It's a really good hot end. If you can afford the $130 price tag, you should do it. Now I only need to change the value in one place. You have a bike in the background. 10 points. Thanks. Yeah, that's my, sorry, this one. This is my Triumph Street Triple R S 675. Share this on stream, Steve stream too. Cool. But I'm getting this error, Nathan. It says this is not unable to parse that in auto-tune. I'm not sure what the error means. I think I had tried this before and it didn't really work out for me, which is why I kind of went away from it and didn't care. SG4 THRS colon $. Oh, the brackets are wrong. I use parentheses, not curly brackets. My bad. It's hard to see on chat sometimes. So these are curly brackets, not parentheses. Let's try it now. And we'll change this to stepper Y. And that looks correct. Let's see what happens now. I was going to get a Goliath till Tube Compact came out. Yeah, Goliath, you're getting a longer hot end, right? And so you need custom fan ducts and stuff to be able to accept that. Roughly cylindrical wise, it's about the same. I think the Tube Compact in circumference is, oh man, like 25 millimeters. I want to say that's purely a guess. 25-ish millimeters in circumference. Sorry, diameter. And so that that is something to consider, but that is roughly the same size as a Rapido, so keep that in mind. What are my thoughts on the BQ H2 lineup? I have a BQ BX over there. That was the first printer that came with an H2 from stock. It was a great printer for its time. My Switchwire uses an H2 V2X. It's just the extruder part, and it replaces the afterburner on the stealth burner. Sorry, not the clockwork on the stealth burner over there. And it's been great on the Switchwire. I quite like it. It's very chrome and shiny, and so that looks cool. In that regard, I like it. I think there are other options now that maybe make more sense depending on what you're trying to do. But you, if you have a BQ H2 and it's working, you're probably okay. They're powerful little extruders for their size. Slowly making direct drive mixer hot end mod for your Ender 3, but rustling learning Clipper while printing 2 nylon orbiters. Well, you're in the right place. I would ask questions right now, like what are your challenges? Let us know. Maybe the Hive Mind can point you in the right direction. Voron style cafe racer. Don't hate it. I don't hate it. DIY maker pass. Yeah, it did work. It's fine, but most printers can't use the form factor. Yep. Been testing out Nebula since it came out, and so far the thing's amazing. Yeah. So I got one. I got one right here. This one is meant to go into my thick frame V2, so the 3030 frame V2. This is going to use Boothy's, what's he call it? BAM burner tool head. So we'll have this, which is kind of roughly the same size as like an LGX Lite, and then it'll run a bamboo hot end. I have a few that have the swappable nozzles on it, so I can run a CHT in there on a bamboo hot end, and it should look pretty cool. So far, the softest TPU put through is 75A and runs amazing. Also handles CF and PPA CF. Nice. You have yours on an SV08? Cool. Yeah, mine is still in the box. Like, I've had this thing for a month. I've never even opened it. I mean, it's still as packaged. I need to get back to that project, and I think next Sunday we will. So if you're here and you want to see that, pay attention. Stay tuned. All right, so we did X already. Y is up next. So X, I think 90 makes sense. Let's try Y now and go through that process. So we'll set the kinematic position again. Y is roughly in the center of the build volume. And come in here, we'll do our command. We'll change this to stepper Y. We'll start at the top, roughly 110, I think. But let's go 150 just to be safe for Y. And then we'll do the same process, slowly decreasing this until we find a value where it homes. Y, so that's not good. Let's go down to 100. Still not good. Let's try 9. Let's try 80. It's trying to go, but it's not really trying to go. I mean, it sort of moves, so we're getting close. Let's try 60. Again, still trying to go, not really moving. Let's go down to 40 now. Oh, because it's stepper X? Why are we doing stepper X? We need stepper Y. All right, let's go backwards. We messed up a command there. Stepper Y is at 80. Let's home. 80's tough. So okay, let's put it back to where it was. Let's take it back to 90 and see if that does anything. Somehow I swapped commands in there and didn't realize it. Homing Y. 90 homes, but it's roughly good at 90. Let's go back to 110 here. Trying to find that minimum value there. Or sorry, that maximum value. Come on, get out of the way. Move it up, try to home. So it looks like 110 does home. All right, let's try 130. Just 130. Doesn't move. Let's try 120. Still the same. So I think 110 is going to be our minimum here. Or maximum, depending on how you want to think of it. Actually, no. Maybe it's 100. Yep, 100 is going to be our max. And then our minimum, still need to find. Let's move that out of the way. So I think we said 80 worked. Let's try 60 now. Voron style coffee racer, bike you, and fully 3D print and source from AliExpress. Yeah, probably not. I did see some folks, who the hell was it? It was like the continuous carbon fiber people, I think. But they 3D printed like a mini bike. Like a mini motorcycle. I don't know how. They're way smarter than me, but it is the thing. Dense Osmium, getting the firmware.bin to become firmware has gone well, but after that your CB1 kind of just disconnects from the Wi-Fi and you have to redo the OS install to get it to connect again. Yeah, I don't really know how to help you with that one. Maybe someone in the chat could help them out. I'm not familiar with that. Hey Nadir, good morning. You recrimp the connector for it because the wires that come with it are super stiff. Yeah. Ever thought about building a T250? Yes, I have, DIY Maker. I've got the CAD model and everything for a T250. I just have not. I have not done it. It's a lot of printing. It's probably something like 5 kilos just in filament to print that. It's one of those machines you build because it's fun, but I don't have a significant use for it right now. But I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. That might actually be a good idea for a stream. Let me write that one down too. T250 question mark. If there's interest in it and people want to see a T250 build, I would not be able. I would not be against it. You're a bit sad Bam Burner used your design without mentioning. Really? Nathan, I wasn't aware of that. I'll have to reach out to Boothie. Yeah, that's if it happened, I'm sure it wasn't malicious. Boothie's a good dude. But I'll mention it. All right, going with 60. Let's try home Y. Homes, but a little bit too hard. So let's go down to 40 and see how low we can get here. Trying to find that maximum value. Okay, that's a little bit hard, but it's still homed. So probably somewhere between 50 and 100. So maybe 75 is what we go with. So let's test out 75. All right, there's 75, and let's home Y. Probably a little bit hard, I think. So let's go 65. That's still a little bit hard for me. Oh, because we're going the opposite direction. Duh. We did it again. All right, 75 was tough. Let's go 85. Hey, Kegel, good morning. Yeah, not a big deal. Maybe just missed it. We will release soon our version of the fully 3D printed 3D printer. Nadir, you need to reach out to me, man. I am interested in that kind of stuff. We should work together. Let's talk about it and see if that's something that we could build on stream. People like different, and if you're making a fully 3D printed 3D printer, and I'm very familiar with your designs and stuff, let's do a thing. To be honest, this V0 has one of the most ugliest color scheme you've ever seen. But looking at it, want to go and finish Hex 0, which sits in foobar state like 6 months. Iconic Fab, negative press is press. If you hate it, I love that you hate it. Is it similar to T250? I'm curious as well. Nadir, drop some links, some teasers. Sounds like people are interested. Dense osmium looks like warped scale is trying to give you some help there. So maybe you guys should chat about it. $85. Let's try 90. I'm getting close. Sending 90. Yeah, I think 90 is where we are. Sweet. So 90 on both for this particular machine. Where'd it go? This one here. Yep. So, and that's what we have. So 90 here and 90 on X as well. Why is it in a different position? I don't like that. I like things to match. If you haven't noticed, I like things to match. So that goes under GPIO 4. So that should be there. Stepper X and stepper Y. Great. So those are going to be our things. For sure, the frame is 3D printed. Only the motion parts are not printed. Nice. Now, how much in kilos is needed? That's a good point. Like your printer may be 3D printed, and we do that to cut costs on hardware. but then that adds filament costs, so it's a little bit offset. All right, what can we do next? So we did our sensorless already, and we're getting good stuff. I think 90s are working. These are some good examples for other configurations depending on what you're trying to do. So an M8P with 5160s. This is probably a good starting point. And then once you find it, update it, home everything again. Okay, let's try just homing all. Kill the motors, move up. Let's home XY. X did not move like we wanted. Y is probably a touch too much. Let's see if we can home Z. Z works fine because we're using an in stop. Okay, so I'm gonna make some tweaks then. So it looks like 90 on X is not enough. It needs to go a little more based on what I just saw. So maybe 80 here. You love to see a T250 build? Kitchell, you might get your wish. I've got a lot of the parts already on hand because I was planning to do a T100. And then I waited so long that the T250 is kind of out in beta right now. So I still have all that stuff. But we'll see. Kind of fab. You represent minorities with color allergy, so ignore your colorless life choices. I know you're teasing, Iconic Fab. I also have a sense of humor. I got what you're saying. There's X and Y. I think it's probably like one or two too stiff, I'll say. So it needs to be more sensitive by 1 or 2 points on both X and Y. So in here, so I'm gonna take this to like 82 to make it a little less sensitive. And then on Y, we'll do the same. We'll make it a little less sensitive. We'll go 92. We want to do the 100, but other projects took part. Yes, Kitchell, exactly. If you pay attention on this stream, we've got 3 or 4 projects going at the same time. So you've got the V0 working on now. Prusa Wire is still a thing. That's over here behind me. There's another printer over there that I'm working on. Still figuring out some stuff on the rat rig. And then the inertia cube is back here as well. And that one needs a little more work. Are the extra belts left on there a bit too much? What extra? Oh, they are. They are. I realize that's a thing. I didn't want to trim them yet, just in case we needed to make some adjustments on the carriage. So they are. I will figure them out. But you're correct. So I was hoping that I could just like flip them up. I was hoping I could just like flip them up this way and pin them out of the way, but the carriage doesn't allow you to do that on this particular one. So like if they were just to be able to fold up here, you could maintain that. But yeah, I do need to trim them. I just didn't want to make any changes. Cool, so we are homing all. Let's do that. X. There's Y. Y probably still need to be a little less sensitive, so maybe 95 is a good move for that. Everything homes. So we go back to finishing our guide here. Things are good to go. Let's move on. Homing check we just did. Everything moves like it should, so we can move on. Define your 0 point. So we did all that. After this, the nozzle will be at max 0. Move the nozzle to the front left corner of the bed. Okay. So let's go. Let's start with Y. Let's move Y first. Let's take it to Y10. Good to go. Let's take it to X10. Hopefully those belts don't cause issues. They kind of did. That's okay. I'll tell you what, Nathan's on to something. Let's go ahead and trim these things because we're doing okay. I think it's probably safe to trim these back a little bit. Killer Print, send you a message on printables with some screenshots. Love it. Thanks. Thank you, Nadir. Oh, lucky the family's awake now. My wife's in there vacuuming. Try to trim the same amount off of both belts here, just to keep things even. If we do need to remove these, it'll be a good measurement for how much to cut your belt lengths. Cool, so those are trimmed, and now we should be able to get, let's get this down to 10, and if I take it just down one by one, let's get it to 0. Should reach, no problem. All right, that is firmware 0, and this is firmware 0 on Y. For Z, we can move this up a bit. Firmware has it stopping at 117. So that right there is Z5. There's 4. And that is about our 0 point. He said, show us. I need to fire my Roomba army up. I wish I had a Roomba army. I think those little things are cool. We had an army of those at work, and they worked pretty well. Looking good. Just working out the kinks. Yep, Ken Davis, exactly right. Just working out the kinks. This would be something that you would do for any printer, and this is the stuff I normally do off stream behind the scenes, because you can focus and just get it done. If it cannot be reached, the bed location needs to be physically adjusted. We can reach it. That's within like 2 or 3 millimeters of both X and Y zero, like of the plate itself. Yeah, that's within 3. So we're gonna leave that where it is. Maybe set a homing retraction distance so the tool head back off a bit after homing. I would do that, but it recommends that you don't in the Calico setup portion of the sensorless homing. It says to leave it at 0, but I agree with you. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Printer looks awesome. Changing your name to 3D Grinch. You should. Change it to 3D Grinch. That'd be great. If they're less than 1, it's over the bed. Nothing needs to be changed. Once the nozzle is close to the front left corner, but still on, send an M114 to retrieve the current location. Due to other tolerances, not recommended to have 0 exactly on the corner of the bed or build surface. Spec sizes are always larger than the defined volume, so print volume loss will be minimal. Z offset pin previously defined. Be sure to re-follow the process to set the Z in-stop pin location. If anything is updated in the config file. Okay, so the Z axis, we might have to do that one. Because right now we're at 4 according to the firmware. But I can tell you by looking at that, I'm more like 1. So if I were to take this down, let's see, let's go by these 0.1s. Oh, we're stopping on something. Oh, we're already at the top. So on the printer itself, this is my bad here. On the printer itself, with the belted Z, here, hold on, let's deactivate all this. On the belted Z, this is going to have to be a mechanical change. On the belted Z itself, the tensioner there is too low. So it's stopping the bed from getting up to 0. The best I could get was about 1.5 millimeters in firmware, but on the bed itself, I was seeing maybe 0.5 millimeter is as close as I could get before the motor was skipping. So that's going to be a pain in the rump. Dang. I could tension the belt, but realistically, what I may have to do, and I'm not doing this on stream, I'll tell you right now. What I may have to do is remove the entire bed assembly from the carriages to be able to access the block back here, because the block is what pinches the belts in. I need to be able to release some of that belt so that I can tension up the Z-axis closer together. The other option is to just force this to be a little tighter, and maybe that's enough to give me 0.5 millimeter or so. And now that belt is pretty tight. Let's see if it still skips. So let's home Z. TJL, thanks, man. Have a good day. Appreciate you hanging out. Make sure to like the stream before you leave. That really helps out the channel. All right, so that is there. Let's take this back up to 5. And then we'll home XY. There's X. There's Y. We take these back to 0. Oh, not good there. What did I hit? Oh, hit that camera. So probably home Y first. We're at the very extremes of the travel here, so. Hello, good morning. Those are good. We're less than 5 off the bed though. And I have some adjustment on that tensioner in the back. So let's see how far we can go before it's too much. Oh, that's barely good enough. There's maybe 0.5 millimeter left of travel on the tensioner, and I am at basically where I would be at print height. So firmware saying 4.1 off the bed. We know that's not accurate. And if I did one more, yeah, so about 4. 4 is almost touching. So really my travel, if I do the math in my head, right now firmware is saying 117. I think it's a -4. So really our Z travel should be 113. Position in stop is at yeah, so 4. Yeah, it's probably at like 113 or 115, something like that. I think we'll do 115. Your max needs to be the same. So this needs to be 115 as well. And your minimum can be that. That way we can go below if we need to. Man, now I want to check my DMs on printables. Nadir, I assume that I'm not allowed to show this. Is that right? Is that a fair assumption? It's home XY. It's home Z. So we need to do a safe Z home, because that was pretty scary. I thought the bed would move down when I homed X and Y, and it did not. So I need to take another look at that. All right, so that's at 112 now. So maybe I should have added 4, because if I go to, let's say, let's take Y. Let's take Y down, and then we can take X over. All right, let's take this down to 5. Yeah, I think we should have added some. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Let's follow the instructions here. He said, the deer on this. Hey, Wick Central, good morning. Okay. The Z in-stop pin location has been previously. Be sure to refollow the process to set the Z. So current minus that. And that's what we did for Z. So we did this math for Z, and I got 115. That's still not correct though, because it's saying I'm 5 off the bed, but that's clearly more than 5. All right, let's try this once more. Let's make well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not clearly more than 5. Because I can go below by 1.5, and that's probably good. I stand corrected. All right, so we're actually done with this. Let's move on. For the Z in-stop located at the bottom of the machine, after homing Z, you can use the Z in-stop calibrate command to find the correct position in-stop value automatically. Oh, this is the paper test thing. Okay. Pull this command, and I'll bring this over. I'm going to put the tool head in the center. So let's take this to 60. Let's do the same for Y. Cool. And then from here, we'll drop our Z down to something reasonable. Let's take it to, I don't know, 4. Love how the paper test is still reliable. Yeah. Yeah. When it's good, it's good. I don't use paper. I'm just looking for the card. So I've got a business card like this. This is from Grant at 3D Musketeers. It's just a metal card, and that's what I like to use. Don't tell Grant. But we put that under there, and then I'll enter that command, that Z calibrate command, and we're starting at 4. And so this is what it looks like. If you didn't catch it earlier, we start at 4, and then we can use larger commands at the start to move the nozzle closer to the bed. And I'm just doing this in the center because I want that to be my 0 point. Once I get touching, so right now it's touching and I can't move the card, I'm going to increase that by 0.1 until I get too much of an increase. So right now the card is sliding, and then I can just use these commands up top to either bifurcate lower or bifurcate upper. And what it's going to do is go bigger or smaller between the two numbers that you see, the 0.9 and the 0.8. So if I go down by half, it's going to just split the difference. And I think that's probably good there. We can probably do one little more. It takes me to 0.9, but that's probably too tight. So we'll split the difference again, and we end up there, and I can accept that. That's pretty good. Save the config. Now that's going to save our end stop point. Done. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Now, that doesn't mean you won't have to adjust it later, but it is what it is. All right, we got this error. Position end stop and stepper Z must be between the min and the max. That probably means our min is too small. So what we'll do is we'll just come back in and hit our stepper Z. This probably needs to be 2 because it put the saved stepper, yeah, position and stop 115, 875. So on the high side, the max is too small. Where'd it go? This one. Yeah, so our max, we'll put it at, maybe that's why it was at 117 before. That should fix the error. Failed automated reset. That's okay. We'll start again. Sometimes that happens. The two don't like to talk all the time. There we go. No errors. All right, what can we do next? PID tune the bed and the hot end. That's great. That'll give us a chance to shoot the breeze. So we can tune the hot end first. It's the wrong command, this lower one. And I'm gonna move the bed down just a little bit. Like that. And then we put our command in here. And I think the target is fine at 245. It's a good middle ground. We'll do that. Heat it up, make sure things are working. All right, hot end fan came on here. That's good. You see that moving. Nozzle is heating up in clipper. It's getting hot to the touch. So again, wiring is good. Things are working. I see no smoke craziness. That'll give us a chance to shoot the breeze. What are we talking about? Core 1 is so satisfying. You just got that a couple weeks ago, right, Aaron? What do you think of it so far? I heard it prints a little bit slower than some other machines that are newer, but I think that's because you get a better quality, and that's where Prusa focuses. It's nice. Did you do a kit, or you got a fully assembled Core 1? If I were to get a Core 1, I would want the kit, personally. I just like the building of the thing. The kit, okay. Was it pretty straightforward and easy? I know it's different than a lot of the stuff that I currently build. And so I'm wondering if it's tougher, weird, different, doesn't matter. Maker mentality, yes. I gotta build it. He said it's a lot of fasteners. They always are. They always are. I was surprised that the positron had the number of fasteners it has. There's a lot of hardware on that thing. For makers, of course, we mostly prefer the kit. Yes. I mean, but I do have a few machines that I have not built. A couple of Bambu Lab machines. Actually, I need to pull those prints off. I'll give you guys a sneak peek of the next short that I'm making. Check this out. This is one of the parts. Ooh, that smells good. Hot end PID tune. This is one of the parts for the next 3D print that I'm doing. So there are 4 of these. They're pretty large. Anybody know what this is for? Yeah, it's 4 of these. This is one of them. Let's grab the other one. The other one printed on the H2D last night. It's even bigger. This is the other one. And they kind of go together like so. Yeah, like so. So they print like that. Try to show you everything. Wrong way. Yeah, it's huge. Still have to glue it together. Yeah, Kevin, that's your X1 carbon for this one, X1 carbon. You can see the print quality on that. Polymaker Ash Gray PLA. So shout out to them for making quality products. And then this one was on the H2D. Both printed overnight. This one 12 hours to print. This one 10 hours to print. Not because of the printer itself, but because of the design. And yeah, great print quality from what I can tell. No issues whatsoever. That's awesome. No, it's not. Show the skulls. These ones? Here you go. Is that what you wanted to see? The skulls? Yeah, they're meant to look like stone, like they're carved or whatever. That's why they look terrible. But you can see like the mountain part. This is supposed to be smooth, and it definitely is. So I need to put all that together, get my 3D gloop out, and build something. I still need to print all the parts and pieces for it though. The Pi 500 Plus is only $179 at Micro Center. Nice. Originally thought it was from Breath of the Wild. Oh, I see. Yeah, not Breath of the Wild. Not Breath of the Wild. I'll show you what it is. So if you look at, if you guys are familiar with this cat, Fulv, he does a lot of really large, intricate models, and this is the Dracula castle. So this is the thing that I'm making for Halloween. My wife is a decorator. She likes to decorate the house for Halloween and Valentine's Day and pretty much every holiday. I have yet to make her something for Halloween. So this is the thing that I'm making. And this is the model. It's what it's going to look like when it's done. There's some LEDs inside and that kind of thing. So I'm printing only this bottom half, like the lower half of this castle. I still need to print the upper half and then all the little pieces and doodads that attach to it. And I still got to put LEDs in it. But that's what it should look like when I get done. So I'm thinking I should have that done by Friday. And yeah, you can get it here. I'll drop this in chat for you all. If you want to get it, you can get it from there. It is huge. It's so all that filament that I showed off earlier. So 2 kilos of the ash gray just for these parts. And then we're done on the hot end stuff. And then another, oh man, let's go back here. Another 5 kilos of filament back here. Another 5 kilos of all these colors. And then there's 1 kilo of purple that I don't have in a box. I'm just going to use something I already have. But it is, so this is 5, 6, it's 8 kilos that you need. I'm not going to use all of it, right? But the different colors are what you need. And I didn't have these colors. So I think overall, looking at my slicer right now, just for the lower half stuff that I'm printing this week, 2 days, 12 hours, and 52 minutes of print time. Total filament used, including the purge stuff, just over 1,600 grams in filament. So it's not that it's the volume of filament, it's the different colors that you need. So if you already have the colors, it could be a little more cost effective for you. But it is a huge model. Oh, Dracula Castle's local to you? That's cool. I've never been. Great centerpiece for a Halloween party. Not wrong. 8 kilograms. How big will it be? It's not going to be... So the base is just 4 of these, right? Just 4 of these. You can kind of get a scale of the footprint there. So just 4 of these. That's roughly I don't know, 320 millimeters in diameter, I guess. Height-wise, maybe two of these tall. Ish. So that's roughly 400 or so. But you're not going to use 8 kilos of filament. You just need 8 kilos of different colors. All right, so that just finished up. We'll do this guy. And then we'll get on to the bed. So the bed wants us to do at 100. Copy that, paste that one in here. Let's see, set part cooling fan to 25%, and then run the command. So we'll do, put the command in, and then turn our part cooling fan. 37 is fine. Set that. And bring this down a little bit. Let's take our Z to 0. That way the fans are sort of blowing on the part fan. One of those is like making a weird noise. I'll have to check that out. All right, so fan's blowing on it. We're going to run the command, and we'll see how it goes. Heating up in Clipper. Let's see if it's getting warm. Get out of here, fly. I need a salt gun, like one of those salt fly things. And we can take these flies out. All right, that should be going. Bed does feel warm. We'll let that ride. What else can we do, folks? What else is new? Halloween is the only holiday we're decorating for. Robin, I agree with you a lot. I also would say that Halloween and Christmas are the other holidays I would decorate for. Christmas is where I get into the spirit, and I want to put lights on the house and put trees out front and do all of that kind of stuff. Put the inflatables out there. Halloween, I'm kind of whatever. I'll do it if the wife wants to do it. But Christmas is more my style. That's when I feel like I'm in the spirit. What are you guys doing for Halloween? Are we doing trick-or-treating with kids, or are we doing parties? Like, what's the deal? You guys have traditions and whatnot? And I think after we finish PID tuning the bed here, we'll do a filament giveaway. So if you have not jumped in the filament, I'm seeing 30 responses so far. If you haven't jumped in the filament giveaway and you would like some LDO filament, probably need to get in there soon. Will be your son's first Halloween trick-or-treating. Congratulations, Shaggy. That's cool. I remember our kids' first ones. Those are always the good ones because you dress them in a bunch of different costumes that you like, but they don't care about. My kids are getting a little older, so they care about their costumes more than I'm allowed to have input. Plus, I'm the dad, so my input doesn't matter very often anyway. Taking your kiddo trick-or-treating, but be drinking bourbon. So you're like us, man. The wife and I do the same thing. We'll take roadies with us when we go trick-or-treating. As we're walking around with them, we'll be towing a wagon because, you know, the little one will get tired and want to take a seat. So we'll be dragging a wagon, and her and I will have a drink and be walking around the neighborhood. Pretty stoked for it? Hell yeah. You bought a Crypt Keeper mask from Tales from the Crypt. Very cool. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to dress up at all. The wife and I, we don't really dress up. We just kind of take them around to all the different things. So they did one on Friday. There was like a community one for the school. And so they did that on Friday. There's a trunk or treat where people decorate cars and give out candy in a parking lot. So we're going to go to that. I think that is this coming Friday. Then we have trick-or-treating at work. We're going to do that, and that's the same day as actually Halloween, and so we'll do trick-or-treating again at night. So lots of different events around this time of year for us. And then what, you get 3 weeks off until it's Thanksgiving time in America, and then you'll have another what, month, and it'll be Christmas time in America. So you had to trick-or-treat in the snow. That's happened to me exactly once. First time I saw snow, and the last time I saw snow until I went to Canada. Actually, I went to Canada around Christmas time, and we went to Newfoundland, so Gander, and I saw snow for my second time. That's where I built my first snowman in Gander, Newfoundland. Waiting until you finish the stealth changer before you make another costume for Halloween. Okay, I'm excited that you're building a stealth changer. That's one of those things in my brain that I want to make, but my space doesn't allow for a stealth changer just yet. But if you pay attention, we're going to do a members only stream where we're doing a stealth changer light. So we're going to do a Mad Max on the member stream. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff and want to learn, join Brad and some other folks in becoming a member. It helps support the stream, and then you get to see exclusive content. Gander is really out there. I agree. It was way out there. Heck, some trunks are dirtier. What? Trunks are dirtier? Yeah. How many heads you doing on the map? Yeah, I'm doing 2, John. Sorry, not John. These weird YouTube names are messing me up. Brad, there it is. Gotcha, Brad. Yeah, I'm doing 2. It's going to be a smaller build, so having more than 2 would be tough. I'm still figuring out the mounting solution for that one. I've also heard something about a Mad Max tap, but I'm not able to find any information on how to install that, what that requires. No, not a Micron. And so the information for Mad Max is kind of spread out all over the place and tough to find. You can go to the GitHub repository, and that's a good starting resource, but it's not the end-all be-all. There's still a lot of other information that you need to make it successful, and that's what I'm trying to collect right now as we're still waiting for the build and extrusions and other parts of the BOM to arrive. You see a lot of colorful people in the chat? Yeah. You need some suggestions for your Trident color scheme. Oh, all black. That's right. Murdered out. Trying to figure out for Trident 300. Make it goth themed. You could do that. Do like a dark gray, like this Polymaker ash gray. Do a dark gray with a black, or even a galaxy black. That's one way to do it. But if you like color, my personal choice is I like bright colors. Like, look at my shirt. Like, this is a HueForge shirt, and I got it because number one, support HueForge, but number two, it's brightly colored. And so I've got a lot of different sparkles and stuff up here that I like. This is a Prince of Purple, which is like a purpley color. This is a Stardust, which is a gradient with glitter. I've got some neon greens, neon yellows, neon orange, magenta. There's some purple. Like, I like bright, I like flashy. And so that's the realm I'm going to go with. The members only build is going to be bright. And the members got to pick the theme. They got to pick the extruder. They got to pick the main board. Maybe there's something else that we get to pick, but I struggled to... Oh, the mods. That's what it was. The mods. Some of the mods that we're going to do, members are going to pick those. So it's going to be really fun, and you guys have the say in what we do. Deer got a 250. Great. Dude, that's the one that I'm trying to get. I'm trying to find a Trident 250. If I can find a Trident 250 that is reasonable, I may get one. But right now, it's a kit. And I don't want to spend $1,200 for a kit. Not that it's not worth it. I just don't have the budget for it at the moment. Let's love me some brightness. Or you can be like you and the theme is loaded filament, whatever's in there. You could do that and just call it patches. It'll look like that Volkswagen from the 90s where every panel is a different color. You just want your Ender 3 Clipper project to work on first try. DJ Midnight Wolf, reach out, man. I think you're in my Discord. Just reach out and we'll be able to help you. Or DM me. I should be able to help you. Trident was all black. You went back and added classic red, but have printers of all kinds of colors. Same. I've got a black and red, so my thick framed V2 is black and red. My other V2 is purple, green, and gray. My Stinger is silver and red and black. You saw the Christmas one here. Prusa Wire is orange and black. So I'm all over the place too. Rat Rig is bright green and black. What else do we have over there? Switch Wire is glow in the dark and magenta and teal with a space gray frame. And my Micron is digital blue and UV yellow. You need that shirt? I think you can get it at Hue Forge. On their website, you can get the shirt. This is Shaggy territory. Building NG and Gradient. Nice. Yeah, I have an NG kit that I found over the weekend as I was cleaning up in the garage. But I kind of forgot about it. So I have all the parts to do an NG, but I have no Ender to build the NG out of. So I gotta see if I can find one on Marketplace. High flow shirt, yep. Can you select the drivers? No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. I don't even own 4988s. I think, so there's a poll out there already for members to choose the main board. And so far, I think the M8P is in the lead. I haven't looked at it in a couple days, but it looks like we're going to do a Manta M8P. And I don't even know if that supports 4988s. I mean, theoretically it has to, but I don't know why you would do that. So what is the best pink ASA out there? Looking for Doom Cube V2.4. John, depends on what you mean by pink. If you want like a pastel type pink, maybe something from Polymaker. I think that's a little more pastel. If you want more like a bright hot pink, my favorite is Ambrosia ASA. They have a hot pink. While we're waiting for this bed, let's just take a look and see what we can find. So if we go to, get this out of here, go to my favorite website here, West 3D, and look at what they have for filament and look at their Ambrosia. They have a hot pink. ASA. They got this, that's pretty bright. And then this is more like a gradient, but it's a, I'm gonna show you over here. So this hot pink is pretty bright. If you want that, they have this gradient version. Probably not what you're looking for. And then if you look at Polymaker, let's look at their, they get a neon that's a magenta technically. This is what I have on my switch wire, and I love it. Looks great. So that's an option. Let's see. Yeah, magenta ABS is great. Yeah, a couple people saying that. I can say that. You love Vorons. Hey, Damien. I love Vorons as well. Yeah, so this is what I like. It looks pink, although it's called magenta. I think I got a bit of it down here. Is this it? Yeah, this is some neon magenta here. So this is what's left over. On camera, it looks a little more reddish. It's not as pink, but it does fluoresce very pink. So can confirm that is a bright, but it's not as pink as what you're saying. So maybe, maybe not. It's a little more red because, of course, it is magenta. And then you have, you just want to go with a regular ABS. They have like a more pale sort of pink like this. This is what I was thinking of. And of course, you can look at, you know, any other company you like. This is all PLA. Let's see what Polar has. They've only got the gray. So Polar doesn't have too much for ABS, ASA type stuff, but their PLAs are fantastic. They've got a lot of different colors. They've got this magenta PLA that looks pretty good, and some other like color changing type stuff. So that's what I like. What about Dorons? I've got a Doron Velta. It's kind of back here behind the rack. I need to do firmware on it. Maybe we do that on, I don't know, a random stream someday. Neon Link is awesome. What about Dorons? We talked about that. Let's see. Rebuilding your red 2.4 to gray. Love all the things about that. Going a lot of metal. Hard to find CNC parts with gray accent. Damien, I may have something for you. One second. So what I've got down here is from Vitali. So Vitali is offering a CNC'd all-wheel drive kit, and he reached out to me. We worked together, and I asked him, would it be cool if I had some silver parts? And this is what he sent me. So unanodized production parts. And we'll talk about it right now. Vitali is going to be on stream next week. I need to get this installed on a printer sometime this week so that Vitali and I can talk about it. And you'll be able to ask all the questions that you want. So it's just raw aluminum, bead blasted. And yeah, this is his kit. So those, there are AB motor mount plates in there as well. So again, built for all-wheel drive. This is his kit. So we'll be talking about that on stream next week. Does Vitali do any parts for Micron? He does not. I asked him about that. Right now, he currently doesn't. If you want to ask him future roles, maybe he does something like that. Ask him, because I want one. I want a Salad Fort and a Micron kit. And I'm all about number one. So if you ask him and I ask him, maybe that's enough pressure that we can start to develop one. So that's an option. And then if you don't care and you want to strip the anodizing off, this is the new LDO all-wheel drive kit. And just because it's an all-wheel drive doesn't mean you have to do that. You can only use 2 if you want to and just make it a 2-wheel drive. But this is the, let's see, let's pull this part out. That's what it looks like from LDO. This is black though. It's very open to designs. Right, but he's got time constraints and he can only do so much as a single dude. So depending on what he's got going on, he may or may not be able to get to it for a while. Although it's all-wheel, yeah, so it's all-wheel drive, but so is the Vitali kit. That doesn't mean that you have to install all portions of the all-wheel drive. So this is the front plate for the all-wheel drive system. Just don't use this. Use different, what's it called? Front idlers. So you can use a beefy idler, you can use Vitali idlers, you can use stock idlers, whatever you want. Just don't install the front pieces and you'll get what you want. I think it's roughly 100-ish, 120 for this kit. Vitali's kit you can also buy. It's roughly the same cost. Up to you. Three-wheel drive build. Oh, like a Trident? Gave a great talk advice. Very funny and approachable. Oh, Vitali? Yeah. Yeah, Vitali is a super nice dude. I was unable to go to Vice, and I'm sorry I missed it. I've only kind of heard through the rumor mill who was there and what was going on, but not very much. Definitely a case of the FOMO. Simple idlers from Shell Script kit. Yeah, they probably would. They probably would. Anyone use the CookieCAD Pixie Dust? I have not. I'd like to. CookieCAD, for me, is pricey. I have a hard time justifying the cost of cookie CAD when I can get other colors that I also like for a little bit cheaper. You like Chaotic Lab Full Metal Kit, but those only come, yeah, exactly. So what you can do is you can strip them down to aluminum. It takes some work. So those are anodized, and if you put oven cleaner on them and let them soak, give them a little scrub and rinse. Wear gloves when you do it. Trust me, wear gloves when you do it, but it'll strip any anodizing off. CNC talk was great. Half all-wheel drive, half standard. There you go. Isn't that just two-wheel drive? Correct. Correct. Man, this bed's taking a long time. We've gone through 3 cycles already. Just 3 cycles in the last 18 minutes. Show some printers. I don't have a camera that can show everything. So this is my face camera. I've got another one up here that I'm using for what I call the toolbox cam, and that shows the V0. So this is the V0 that we're working on right now. And then the other cam I have is like a top-down cam, but I've got nothing over there right now. It's just showing like the workbench when I do soldering or something like that. I can show, let's see, what do I have that I can bring over here pretty easily? To my left, I've got an H2D, an X1 carbon that I'm really thinking about replacing with that new P2S. I'm just waiting to see what the cost is in the US for that thing. Definitely interested in replacing the X1 carbon with that. 3 motors on the XY assembly? I mean, you could, I guess. There's a rat rig over there next to those two. There's an FL Sun down here, the S1. So there's 4 right here on my left-hand side. Behind this filament wall, I've got the inertia cube that's sitting kind of down on the floor back here. And then the Voron Velta is right there as well. The antithesis is over here. And a Prusa wire. Up on my filament rack, oh sorry, my printer rack to the far left-hand side of the garage, there is a switch wire, a Proforge 3.5, LH Stinger, Voron Micron, a V-Minion, Trident 350 all-wheel drive with an easy bake frame. There is another printer I can't talk about. There is a Mini V, a Second SK Cube, Ender 6, Zerabo ZLC, Voron V2, another V2, and a BQBX. That's what's over there, but I don't have a camera on any of that stuff, so it's hard to show. Never saw any Bambu Lab quality live, and you kind of think Vorons are still better, just require some love. And out of the box, your Bambu Lab is going to be better. The Vorons are going to require some tuning, and that's going to depend on the hardware that you chose when you built it. So if you build it well, you're going to have a good machine, but you're going to have to build it well and then tune it. For the Bambu, out of the box, it's going to be good. I like the tinkering side of it, so I'm a Voron fan. I'm a printer kit anything fan, really. The Bambus, I just need to work, and they are my workhorses for when I need to pump out orders or get parts done for build streams, things like that. And so I need a reliable, plug it in, just hit print kind of printer, and that's what those two do for me. You never seen any print quality, but I showed these a minute ago. This is the print quality that you're getting with the Bambu. So this is off of the X1 Carbon. That X1 Carbon has 6,000 hours on it. Not as much as Liz. Liz has over 10,000 hours on hers. But I've got 6,000 on mine. And it's been good. I've had to replace parts though. So it's got new belts on it, a new gantry because the carbon rods, they do wear out. So I replaced the gantry. I got a new heat bed because mine malfunctioned within the first year. So they replaced it under warranty. What else? The LiDAR broke. I had to replace that. And then the USB-C cable in the tool head broke. I had to replace that. but I've added a chamber heater, and that works well. It's got a Panda den on it and a Panda stand, so it's pretty set up. And then I did the Python mod for the AMS on there, so it's pretty set up for just pumping out parts. Where's that Super Freak? I don't know, layer by layer. I talked to John yesterday or Friday, one of the two, and we're working on it. So as soon as I get some samples, I'll let you guys know. But speaking of that, I'll show you this. What did I do with it? Oh, hidden in plain sight. Check this out. Talking about Super Freak, but we have You Kiss Your Mother with That Mouth right here live in the studio. Just got it. Haven't opened it. This is the unspooled, guys. This is their filament. So it's a gradient translucent kind of PLA. Not seeing any glitter, but it looks really good. I just need something to print with this. Manufactured September 22nd of this year. So just a month ago. Yeah, if you want this, reach out to Layer by Layer. He can hook you up. He's got a web store out there where you can purchase You Kiss Your Mother with That Mouth. I just need something really cool to print with it. I'll take any suggestions if you guys have them. The windows for the castle, great idea, Liz. I'll do that. Liz takes the winner. We're going to print the windows for the castle out of that. I don't know that the windows are enough to see the gradient change, though. So I'll do the windows, but I still need something bigger to kind of show off the color on a smooth or effects plate. Yep, so my H2D runs a smooth plate. The X1 Carbon runs a texture plate. It won't be, yeah, tracking. Need some razzle dazzle. I'm working on it. Let me get Super Freak out the door, and then we can maybe do some razzle dazzle. I don't hate that idea. I think you said that a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, that's going on the list. Razzle dazzle. Need to print that goodness. Liz says over 10,000 hours, one extruder, a few nozzles, hot ends, and a lot of PTFE. Voron has a higher potential, but bamboo is better right away. Correct. Sold. Still waiting for the H2S. First one came with a bent frame. Holy crap. Bamboo support is taking forever to send a replace. That's probably because they're out of stock pretty much everywhere. H2S sold out really quickly. Sold 2, still have 3. Ender 6. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm catching up with chat here. Ender 6 is 3 years old at this point, 4 years old at this point. It was Creality's first Core XY. It works well. It's just slow for a Core XY. 9mm belts out the gate. It's got a Bondtech extruder on it with a it's a mosquito hot end. So it's running a little bit older tech, but it still works. I clipperized it, so I put in a E3 turbo board, added clipper, and then a clipper screen, and yeah, it worked well. I just haven't used it in ages. I haven't even turned it on in probably 2.5, 3 years. Yeah, I need a Kiss Your Mother with That Mouth emoji. Why do I have to post that kids and his Cross XY printer? Slugfoot. What is Slugfoot? The handyman. Yeah, I don't know what these are, guys. The handyman? You went from a CR10 to an Ender 6 to an A1, and you're already making plans on selling both Creality printers. I would like to sell off the Ender 6 just to make room and space. I really don't use it. And so if anyone is local and they need an Ender 6, I got one for you. So we can print some printer parts. Would love some Super Freak samples. Layerworks got new equipment and for some gradient goodness in ABS. Correct. Yep. Following. And I saw that post as well. And I'm hoping that Super Freak is one of the first that are made on that machine. Can't wait to see Super Freak. What's this Razzle Dazzle? Oh, so layer by layer. Razzle Dazzle is another idea. So it would be, I think, and Zoid, chime in if you have a difference here. Razzle Dazzle would be like red, white, blue with some silver flake or something in there. Razzle Dazzle. But I'm open to ideas. Any thoughts on Index? Love it. Love the idea. Hope it comes out soon. I'm excited to put that on something. I don't know what that is, but excited to see what they have to offer. Pretty solid set of printers. P2S gonna get overshadowed by the X2 Daddy when it's really. I don't know if they're gonna do an X2. I've heard kind of both. So the X2, what niche would that fit into? Like if you're gonna do an X, so the X1 Carbon, right? Let's talk about it. $1,400 with the AMS. That is H2S territory. That's H2S territory. So if I'm gonna do that, why would I want the X1? It's already got a competitor that's larger, still has an AMS, has chamber heater and all the things. Makes a lot more sense than the X1. That said, the P2S is roughly where the P1S is currently, so that's $700 to $800 range. The only real gap is maybe your, I don't know, maybe your $900, $1,000 printer range, but what does that look like for an X2? The P2 has the majority of the same capability as that X1. The only thing it might add is a chamber heater, I guess. Like, I don't see where an X2 fits into the lineup. So my thought process is that they're probably just going to phase out the X1 and stick with the P2 because the H2 is the successor to the X1. You need to scrap the Ender 3. Safe. Reach out to me. I might want your Ender 3. Like I said, I've got that Ender 3 NG kit with no printer to cannibalize. You'll DM it to me? Thanks, Colin Hammer. Started working on an inertia cube, printed all the functional part, then seen them post new CAD soon. I saw that too, Steve. Mine is back there. It's sort of working. I need to set up the firmware on it. I changed out the main board and just didn't get through it all the way. Working on SF once the new machine. Yep. Layer by layer tracking. We had talked about that, I think, on Friday. So I'm hoping that Super Freak is the first produced filament on that new machinery. Index all the things. On the fence would be 800 solo to 850. 1099 combo. Thinking X1 goes away for sure. Been thinking about what if they fill the gap. I don't know that they're going to fill the gap. I don't know how you do that. Could always put a frame for NG. I could. But I can get an entire Ender 3 for $50, $100. Not that I need any of the components out of it. But yeah, you're not wrong. I could do that. And then I could actually do a custom one too, because I think you can do a longer 4040 for some of the pieces. I'll look into it. Thanks for the reminder, Kitchell. I'll look into it, do some cost comparison, and we'll see what happens. Buy your own extrusion Cerakote for faster turnaround. I don't have a ability to Cerakote out here, and I don't know of anyone local that could do Cerakote, but that's an option. Doesn't have glitter and cool colors. X2C maybe with their new tool changer, but only a 256. Maybe. Totally possible. But until we get pricing for P2S, I don't know that I want to move. I'll be honest with you. If P2S was a thing when the X1 was released, I would have just went P2S. A lot of the stuff, the Panda products, will transfer over to the P2S. I saw Big Tree Tech mention that. And so the den and the stand and some of the other doodads that they offer probably transfer over to the new P2S. And realistically, that's all I need. I just need a workhorse printer that can pump out parts consistently without a lot of maintenance and a lot of injection for me. Thinking about getting a 500 watt PTC for you. I've got one. You talking about like this? So my green V2 has one of these on it already. I think it works great. I got this other one. This is going in the rat rig eventually. I just need to make like a mock-up stand or something, some kind of mount to mount this into the machine, and then I'm going to run this on the rat rig. So I've got that, and then I've got the fans here for it. So you need some 50-50 20 fans, and that's what those are. I just need to make and design a thing. But yeah, that's a good powder coat 2 spots for sure. You just did panels for Ender 3 NG Max. Nice. NG Max. Is that made from a CR10? I'm not super familiar with it. I know of the NG project and a few details about it, but I've not built one yet, so I'm not intimately familiar with that project. I assume that a Max is for a CR10. But cool. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about giving away some filament right now? Should we do it? Let me get set up over here behind the stream. I need that, and I need this guy over here. What's it called? Wheel of Names. I'll push this over to the main window. If you guys need to get in, I'm seeing 41 responses. If you still need to get into the filament giveaway, I would go ahead and do that. You have about, I don't know, 2 minutes or so. And then we'll give away some filament, and I don't know, maybe call the stream, I guess. I don't know, should we try to do a print? Go a little bit longer on stream today and try to do a print? I don't have any filament loaded. I have no E-steps, nothing. He said do it. I didn't know there was a max. You got both 500 and one. Oh, 1500 is probably a lot. Yeah, if you're doing an oven, sounds great. I wouldn't put 1500 in a printer though. That's quite a lot. Get out of here, fly. Holy crap. All right, taking you guys over to the wheel. The wheel. Ah, geez, completely messed up all my windows. Fly's driving me nuts. You've been disqualified, Petty. Man, community hates you. Building your second NG, it's a good project. Yeah, I've heard it's a good project. That's why I got the kit. Like, I really wanted to build one. I just decided to go into a different direction with my Ender 3, and I only had the one. So I converted that into something else. Still only USA. Yeah, unfortunately, Steve. Sorry. Haters gonna hate. Let's do it. Why not? Okay. Let me pull your names over. I've got 43 responses, so 2 people have since done the thing. We are right at that 2 minutes. So we're going to close the giveaway in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Turning that off. 43 responses. Let me just refresh to make sure. Got all of you. Great. Oh, that's so weird. Like the names came in weird. Who do we get? Let's get all of these names. I don't know what's going on there. That sheet turned out super crazy. Let's do a new one. All right, now I got you. Let's bring in all of your names and get ready to respond if it's you. So if I don't hear from you in 69 seconds, I'm just gonna remove you from the chat. All right. Thumbed. Thanks, Charmingly Chimera. I'm laggy? Up the thumbs, people. I'm lagging? I'm not seeing that in the stream. Yeah, I'm showing good right now. Anybody else see that I'm lagging? I think I'm behind chat. Yeah, I'm behind chat because chat has a little bit of a delay through YouTube that I have no control over. You liked it 3 times for good measure. Thank you, I appreciate it. Not lagging, no, you did it. Had to refresh, yeah. No lag, cool. Good luck, Petty, I mean everyone. It's in the deer thing. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good, guys. Not lagging for you. Okay, I need numbers on how many we're gonna spend. We've got 43 people here on stream. So hopefully you guys have the best chance possible. Couple of 7s and 42s. Always got to have a 42 in there. Thanks for the sub, Robert. Appreciate that. 3s. Safe. 96. Jeez. 11 team. Let's do 11 team. 11 team is whatever I decide it is. The answer to life. I think that's about 11 team. Good luck, everyone. Always 55 on the 0. Mouse killer, yeah. Captain Kern, my man. Captain Kern. Where are you, sir? Captain Kern, I need you to tag me in chat. I saw you earlier. There he is. If I win, I will donate the filament to the charity. Thanks. Captain Kern, I see you. What's going to happen is I'm going to pass your information off to Jason at LDO. He's going to reach out to you with an email. You need to provide an address for him to send your filament to, and possibly a phone number, depending. But they're going to reach out to you in the next couple of days to get information. Make sure you respond to them promptly, or it's just going to delay your win, okay? If you have any issues with that, just reach out to me, and I can massage whatever I need to massage behind the scenes. Good to go? If you have any questions, just DM me. Am I the charity? Cool. Jason has that already? Yeah, great. Send along NP. Oh, no problem. Got you. All right. So filament giveaway is done. Let me close all these windows so I can focus on what's going on. All right, just at the 3-hour mark now. Normally, that's how long I only like to go, okay? But we're going to try to see if we can do a little bit of a print here. And so I'll take you over. I keep this up top here. You can't really see it. It's off stream. But up top on my rep rack, I have a spool roller that I keep just whatever color PLA I want. And right now it's got Ambrosia Hot Pink up there. And so we're just going to feed some of this in. Hopefully I got the extruder distance close enough to where this can work. And then I need something small. So we'll probably just do like a cube or a boat, but those are boring. So give me something small that I can print in 20 minutes. And we'll see if we can get that going. What is in there? Is there anything in there? I feel like... it's not going through. Let's see. Minion probe did not like the hot box. Oh, yeah. Well, so the Minion probe... the Minion probe is a... Oh, dang. It's the same one they use on the Prusa. I forget the name of it. But it is sensitive to heat. Pinda. Pinda probe. Good to go. Put the baby to sleep. Nice. Thanks, Nadir, for hanging out as long as you have. And I appreciate the share. I will definitely respond to you very soon. Some K2 clips. Yeah, I do need K2 clips. I had printed some. They don't work very well in an AMS. I had issues with it catching. But that's just me using it in an AMS. On some of the filament that I just store away on my rep rack, quite a few of them have K2 clips on it. All right, we'll see if that's just going to work there. Again, not tuned at all. Let's heat up this hot end here a little bit, see if I can push away some of this filament. And I'm going to turn this off because you probably don't need me anymore. I'll make this a little bigger here. Later, bro, tater. Jeez. I love some of these things. Hey, Booty, we got it moving. I'm not sure if you were popping in and out, but Yeah, we got it moving. An extruder is so good. Yeah, I talked to Nathan, who designed that extruder. I met him at Rocky Mountain in person. He and I have been chatting offline on Discord for a little bit. Nathan is the designer of that. And he was telling me that it's a really good extruder. He was telling me a lot of the reasons why. I don't remember all of them. But yeah, it seems pretty good. Let's see if this works. Hey, it's pulling it in. Probably a little tight. Let's loosen that a touch. Let's extrude some more here. There we go. I'm seeing filament come out. Let's move the bed down. I'll tell you what, let's prop this up a little bit. I realized that angle was a little tough. So let's get our 1, 2, 3 blocks out. Put those up under there. Hey, one's floating. There we go. Should be able to see a little better there. Let's get some filament going through. You'll be home in a few. You send the handyman? Yeah, please do. Clown Hammer, I would love to see that. Wish Prusa would sell them standalone. Safe, I'm with you, man. It would be cool to be able to adapt that to something that uses kind of like a front-mounted rail thing. Use Creality Unicorn nozzle on your Endowire. You wish you could use the K2 unicorns as well. What's the difference between the unicorn nozzle and the K2 unicorn? I don't do a lot of Creality anymore. I've been disappointed a lot with some of their stuff, and so I went away from them. The Ender 6 was the last thing that I got from Creality, and that machine was, I don't know, neutered from the get-go. I mean, again, it prints, but I don't know. There's some things that could have been improved. Okay, so filament is good to go, coming through. Let's heat up the bed a little bit. And then I need something small that I can print. Otherwise, I'm just going to print a cube. And while it's going, we'll just shoot the breeze and chit-chat a little bit. Oh, we gotta do the bed leveling too. I just realized that. Mando mask? Not happening. Not happening at all. You know, honestly, I've never printed a mask. I've done one helmet. I've never printed a mask on any printer of V0 size and make a wood palette coffee coaster in bright pink. Yeah, it'd be great. All right, so while that's heating up, we'll let that go for a little bit. I don't know if the macros are set up in this thing, so we probably should run through the rest of this documentation really quickly. Let me set up over here a printer in the slicer. Let's see, there's a V0. And we'll just use standard. It's going to be PLA. So we'll use standard stock settings in Orca behind the scenes over there. Over here, we need to do manual bed leveling. So we got to do this bed screws adjust thing. I like to do it when it's hot. Cali Dragon, that's a great idea. Let's look up a Cali Dragon. Sure, I have one downloaded, but it's easier just to do it this way. Liz coming through in the clutch. Guy beer. Let's just do the normal one. Cali Dragon over here. Done. Got it. Ah, a dragon from California. I live in California. So I'm gonna get some tweezers out. The thing's oozing a little bit. Don't want that to mess up the bed leveling that we're about to do. Again, I like to do this with the nozzle in the bed hot, just so that I have the right stuff. Let's see, let's doing some reading here. Moves to each screw location. Move the nozzle to a 0.3 height. At this point, you can do the paper test. Oh, so the local native bird. Yeah, the local native bird where I'm at today is a fly. That thing has been terrorizing me all stream. Landing on my head and face. It drives me nuts. Okay, so we can do that and do the paper test. Once the screw is adjusted, so a small amount of friction, you can accept, or you can run either the accept or adjusted command. Use the adjusted command if the bed screw needed adjustment. Use the accept command if no adjustment is necessary. Both will cause the tool to go to the next point. When adjusted is used, the tool will schedule an additional cycle. Completes when all screws are verified to not require any adjustments. One can use abort to exit early. After that, you got to rerun Z and stop calibrate. Okay. Got a good understanding of what we should be doing. Yeah, that damn fly. That damn fly. You're not wrong. All right, so the tool they're talking about is here under the three dots, right? So click the three dots in your window and you should have your bed screws adjust. Pumpkin candy bowls take 17 hours. Yes. You have an order of 10. Jeez. Yeah, I did a pumpkin candy bowl. I'm not sure which one you're doing. The one that I did was very close to 17 hours, but I printed it because it's round. I printed it on the FL Sun S1 Delta, and it got it done in like 12 hours. I progged it out on the H2D, and it was something like 17 hours. So I don't know what you're using to print, but Deltas do very well with round things like that, and they usually print a little faster. But I'm with you. You're always wondering if your printers are going to work because you're under a time crunch to do a thing. Definitely been there, done that. All right, let's see what's going on with our bed screws adjust. Take you over. Okay, we're running into the same thing where it's trying to go too far. Let's see. So this is the front screw. We're going to, man. So the thing tried to skip on the tensioner again. So I'm gonna put some even more tension on this. Try to get some space in there. Yeah, that's an oversight on my part. I thought I was being slick by leaving as much tension adjustment as possible. Lesson learned, don't do that. Yeah, the tensioner should probably have been about halfway up that screw instead. All right, so that looks pretty good. We're gonna tighten that guy a little bit. Just doing this by eye. Let's get our metal card out here. It's about good, and then we're gonna say adjusted. It's gonna move back to that corner, which is off the bed. So there's some weirdness going on with these bed screws. There's some firmware problems here. Let's see. These bed screws are not in the right location. Where did that go? Bed screws. All right, so 60 and 5 is probably not correct. Let me get some good measurements here on the bed itself. I knew this was going to be a challenge. Deltas are awesome. You wish you had owned one. Yep. Did some wash traps earlier. Nice. Yeah, I need some fly traps. I'll tell you that. Okay, let me go to. Let's move our Y out a little bit. Let's home X and Y. I still think I need like some Z-safe homing stuff going on here. I would rather home Z where the head comes towards the middle of the bed, and I don't know that I did that. So let's move Y back out to the front of the machine. Then we can move our X over to where it's supposed to be. It's probably 63, and let's move the bed down a little bit here. Just want to align the screws on here because it's not the same location in the firmware. Let's go about right there. So 62 and 0 maybe? 2? We'll do 5. 62 and 5 is really where it should be. I don't know why that didn't happen. 62 and 5. And then the other screw saying 5 and 115. See if that's the case. So we'll go to 5. And then we'll go to 115. I guess that's right. And then we can do on the X, we'll go to, let's say, 110. And I think that's about right. Five, 115, 115, and 115. Okay, so those look correct, I think. Let's see. Elegoo was the one that made you sad. You only had one Creality unused and turned it into an NG, so you can't talk. Yeah. Yeah, my Ender 3 was my only machine for like 2 years. And then I got some Ender 5s and converted those into different things. Boothie, who's in chat a lot of times, made a mod to convert an Ender 3 to an Ender 5 to a Core XY, and so I did that mod. And then once I started getting into Vorons and custom machines, I really didn't play with those anymore. And so I haven't used my Creality in a long time. I'm converting it now into something else. But the Ender 5s I got rid of, sold off, scrapped for parts. The only one I have left is the Ender 6. I've never owned an Elegoo, so I can't speak to that. But nothing as nice as Voron, lovely machines. I agree with you. I've got all the different versions of Vorons except for a Legacy, which I definitely still want to build. But that's one of those self-source projects, so you gotta just self-source everything if you're gonna build a Legacy. Let's go back to homing this thing. I think what happened is I didn't have stuff homed, and that's why we ended up off the map. Yeah, Y still hits a little bit different. Let's go here and here. Okay, now we can do our bed screws adjust. Oh, we have to home Z, I guess. Great little bastards. You considered the big K2? My buddy has the K2 Plus. It's like the 350 version of a Bambu Lab X1. It's okay. I do recall him having to do a whole bunch of random firmware and stuff behind the scenes and upload things just to try to get the bed level. But he's got the first one before they really did anything with it, and put the, I don't know, whatever it's called, new firmware, whatever. Okay, so that looks not even close enough. Let's see how much this is going to allow me to do. So that thinks it's bed 0. And I'm trying to stay out of your way so I don't block you. Let's put that under there. Loosen this a little bit. Just trying to feel. Oh, I'm tightening. It's upside down and backwards. Yeah, this takes me back right here to Creality days, having to level manually. All right, Nathan, thanks for hanging out, buddy. I know it's probably getting late for you. Appreciate you always jumping in the stream and participating. All right, so that's good for me there. Let's say we adjusted that one. It's going back to the other area. And for this one, I need some tension. We'll increase the space between the nozzle there. So that one's good. We adjusted that. And then we'll do the same over here. This one probably a little too far, so we'll loosen the screw for this one. It's good there. And it's going to come back to the front until we accept all 3. Yeah, pretty late bedtime. I don't disagree with you. We'll keep that. That looks good to me. Come back over here. Yeah, whoever takes this home, if you want to do clicky, probe, or any of those weird things on here, it's a great machine to do that. My opinion, you don't need it on a bed this small. This manual leveling process is about as easy as it could be. And that's good. All right, so now we got our bed leveled. Let's do, move the Y out here. And I said we had to redo our Z leveling in the documentation, right? So after the bed screws adjust command has been completed, rerun Z and stop calibrate. So we'll rerun that one. So let's put this back in the center here. So probably 60 and 60. And we can do our Z and stop calibrate here. Believes I'm at 5. So we'll just scooch this down a couple. It's about good. Let's go. About right there. And we could save that. BD sensors for everything. BD sensor would do great on this. I don't know that there's a mod for it though. You may have to make something. Maybe it comes off the front here, but that looks weird. There's not room in the back to be able to do it, so you'd probably have to modify the side fan duct here and use a BD sensor. Hey, Pathetic Puma. I don't know if you've ever been here before, but I appreciate you for the sub. Thanks, Petty. See ya. I know Steve's been going for like an hour, and so that's usually where I see Pathetic Puma. Thanks for jumping over here and liking. Oh, Reth sent you. Congrats. Thanks, Reth. Yeah, I appreciate that. I know I see you around on Steve's streams quite a bit. But just doing that, about to do this first print. And I think we're good. Let's do PLA again. There's a mod to tuck it under the back of the tool head. Nice. I had not seen that. Sorry, which design? Boothie, I think you are hours late behind. So Booty, what Nathan was talking about earlier is your BAM burner. I'll reach out to you offline and we can talk over there. So we're gonna say, let's home X and Y again. And let's home Z. Yeah, I definitely need to do like a Z-safe home and a different homing routine on this guy. Because I don't like the, you know, when I home XY, that Z does not move out of the way. You change your rat rig over stealth burner tools head. The Casey, I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me here. You change your rat rig over stealth burner. Oh, you put a stealth burner on your rat rig? Is that what you're saying? That would be interesting. All right, so things should be warm enough to do a print. I want to double check what my homing routine is here. So actually, we'll go to our macros. Let's see, macros here. Yes, that's what you got. I got you. Yeah, it just takes me a second to decrypt what folks are saying in chat. So it's going to home everything, absolute, go away, and then I guess start printing. I don't know. We need a different macro here. That's not going to work for our start print. Let me go into G code, print start. All right, let's see. So we finished this. Let's see if there's anything in here that I need to do. Prep, run that. G28, move, save config. I'm pretty sure I did all that. Calibration, we'll come back to it later. Let's do a slicer setup here. Sent you the STL for Handyman. Thanks. Let me jump into that. Let's see what Clownhammer sent over. I do like Liz's idea of a Cali Dragon, though. Handyman. What is Handyman? Oh, it won't let me load the model. I guess it's corrupted or something, Clownhammer. Handyman. I downloaded it, and then I tried to open it in the viewer, and the viewer says it can't load the model. Let me try to drop it in Slicer and see if that changes anything. It's probably a virus. Clownhammer's trying to get me. Oh, we're printing that for sure, for sure. Let me show you what Clownhammer sent over. Oh, where'd it go? Sorry, let's switch the windows here. This is what Clownhammer sent over. This is the Handyman. It's fantastic. And then we're gonna have to scale it because it doesn't fit. Like, how does that even print without support? That's wild. I had to do it in the slicer. Got it. It printed great. Okay. All right, well, I need to get this going. So we got to set up the slicer real quick. That's something we didn't do. We spent so much time BSing that I didn't get anything set up in the slicer. 4 slicers do the things. Print start. If examination shows this, consider a different or newer slicer. Great. Let's see, every printer is going to be different. Look at the print start macro. Check the macros page. Yep, got it. Beginner guide, got it. Safe Z home. I think I need this anyway. Safe. Let's do that. It says use it if you're using physical in-stops, but I mean, I think I need it anyway, right? It printed great. Just trying to keep it hot while it's hot. The bed takes a little bit of time to get up the temp. All right, let's see. G32. Most printers, great. 350. What? Let's check this out. Warm up. Start heating things. Load the bed mesh. We don't need that. Not doing purge buckets. Start the print. I think this is a pretty decent start. Don't need the quad gantry level, don't need the purge bucket, don't need any of that, but we'll copy what we have here. Put that over in the macros section, unless you guys have an idea of a better print start macro. Comment out that one. Add this one here. There's a different resource I should be using, just let me know. And I'm going to modify this one here. Purge bucket, like I said, we're not going to use that because we don't need it. We don't need this 32. We're not going to use quad gantry level. We love potatoes and cheese. G28, I do like that. We use the conditional. Don't need this guy. Don't need that guy. And barbecue. I haven't had barbecue in a little while. Great. I think that's a pretty decent, very simple startup. Temperature fan, we don't have a chamber, so we can we'll comment that out just in case we use that later. I think that's pretty good. All right, so I've got the G code set up in the slicer already. Looks like our homing sequence should be good for. Okay, yes, it moved down. X didn't home all the way like it should. So let's try that again. I think maybe X needs to be a little less sensitive. It's not homing now for whatever reason. Z is trying to go to once. Oh, the freaking thing is wrong. So Z is, the max is 117. X, yeah, that's not going to work. Why did I not change these? All right, so home XY position, we're going to do 62 because that's roughly the middle of the bed there. And the middle of Y will be 60 as well. You know what, let's just keep them both the same. Z hop is 5. Okay. I should have edited that. I don't know why. Probably getting tired. I'm sorry, folks. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's move this over. So now we got a little bit of bed drop. There's X, there's Y, and we home Z. Great. So now if I go to Z1, should bring us back up to where we want to be. Just double checking that we do actually stop. Okay, so that's one off the bed. If I do close by one, wrong button, close by one, looks pretty good. And we got a lot of space off that Z mount now, so feel happy about that. All right. I think we're ready to print something finally. Let's go back to our slicer here. And we got Clown Hammer's handyman on here. Oh geez. All menu, what? Oh, this guy. Let's close that. It's doing a repair on it. Let's see what we could slice this up into. So it's just using the standard settings that were in Orca Slicer. This is for a V0.1, but should be the same roughly. It's going to go off of whatever's in the config. You got to find where you got it. Wish you could take credit. No, you shared it though. You shared it with 24 people or however many people are still here. 39 people. Yeah, that repair is taking way too long. I just want to slice this thing. All right, let's slice it up. Let's see what happens. We need it to about 20 minutes. You found it 3 years ago. Been printing it for Halloween. It's a great idea. This thing's an hour, dude. You scale that down. What other? Yeah, these are all normal system presets. Let's do some arcs. Let's do Arachne is fine. First layer, top layer, flow, sure. Extra perimeters. Verse uneven. See what they got for strength in here. 3 walls. Let's take it to 2. Top shell is fine. Bottom we can do 2. Sure. 15. Let's take it down to grid. Let's do like 8%. 0.25 layer height. 1 curse print. You're not wrong. 1 curse print. Let's take it to, yeah, let's do the draft version. Let's transfer all that stuff. Let's slice it now and see what we're looking at. You need to find this model, Shaggy. Reach out to me, send it to you, or Clown Hammer can send it to you if you reach out to me. Scale it down by, I don't know. It's at 40% now. Let's take it down to 30%. Eight minutes. Scale it to, I don't know, 25%. We'll have a little buddy to hang out with. I plan to put this right on top of my main camera here, my face cam. And we'll take a look. I'll be looking at that the whole time. So 22 minutes, I think that's good enough. I want to ensure some adhesion. I'm using an older bed plate that I have not cleaned at all. So let me do that really quickly. I'm just thinking about it. I don't want this thing to just make a mess straight off the bat. So let's do a little clean on the bed plate while that gets sliced up. So it is sliced. We can, oh, we got to send the G code over. So let's edit the Wi-Fi credentials on this thing. There's that. Slice. Can we access? Yeah. So print, we're just gonna upload it. Ping you on Discord? Yeah. Alright, let me clean this build plate real quick. We got some alcohol right here. And then we'll throw that back on the printer. So this is the original build plate it came with. I think this side was probably a little better. This side's been used a little bit. But I am gonna give you the winner. We'll get the new Dark Rock 120 LDO build plate. So you have a black double-sided texture build plate. But we'll throw this one in there as well, just so you have some nostalgia. Just hit that with some alcohol. That's all I have right now. And a little bit of paper towel. Just did in the Voron Discord. Yeah, I'm gonna print some of these and like hide them all over the neighborhood. I'll put them in like little corners or something and just see what happens when kids find them. Kind of like a geotagging type deal. All right, there's that. So we have a clean build plate. Slicer, I guess, is good to go. And we sliced a handyman. Handyman model. Oh, man, killing me. Handyman model. So, there it is. Print. Things are heating up to 220. I'll take you back to the printer. I do need to take it down, though. I don't want it teetering on the edge while we're throwing the tool head around. Again, completely untuned printer. We'll see if it actually sticks to the bed. I forgot to put a brim on the feet. I thought about it and then forgot. But yeah, we are gonna try to get this going, see if we can print and wrap stream. If we fail, I don't have a lot more time to sit around and play with it. So we'll see what happens. Oh, it canceled itself. You see that? I don't know why it canceled itself. Let's see. Undefined error. Extruder is undefined. Oh, there's no extruder in the macros. Okay, so yeah, we gotta get back to this. Do I just need to uncomment this stuff? This macro didn't really work out as much as I wanted it to. Let's see if I can find V0 get. I just need a print start macro that I can use. Firmware. Stock example. Don't see a stock example anywhere. Pico? What do you guys have in here for Pico? Print in. Oh, you have the simple print start stuff. It's not what I wanted. So let's go to my go-to then. What's it called? Oh, the name escapes me right now. That's it right there. Just joined the YouTube to watch the V0. Saw you were having an issue with Start Print Macro. You can recommend too. Please. Is it yours right here that I'm using? It's great that you're in chat, man. If you're the same guy as this, I use your stuff on almost all of my machines because I think it's really good. Is this the one you recommend? Because this is exactly what I was about. Hey, love it, dude. So I already use this, and thank you for putting it out there. It's really good. I like that it's customizable and open to do a lot of different things. And thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Every single one helps. So that's that one. And then my end print is over here. Let's get that. Orca. It's just in print. Okay. So I'm setting up the back end a little bit so I can check it out. We'll save those in the slicer. Close. Slice that plate. We'll go ahead and send it over while we're doing macros. Go back over here, and then I don't like to do the auto install one. I like to do it manually. So I don't have a thermistor, but I think, where'd it go? There it is. This is the thing. There it is. Let's copy this one. Just drop this in here in place of all of this stuff. Like that. Originally set up to help the V08 and its printing issues in the taco bed. Yep, tracking. I saw that there was a lot of references to the SV08 in here. And I like it. One thing that I did notice, though, that for me at least, maybe I'm doing this wrong, maybe you can point me in the right direction, but my bed will still wait regardless of the temperature. So even at PLA temps, only heating to 60, my bed will still heat soak. And I haven't been able to figure that out, so maybe I'm doing something wrong. Just going through to double check to clear out things. There should not be a bed mesh because we are not doing that on the V0. I don't have a Nevermore, but it should skip all that. We're not doing the chamber stuff. Please don't forget camp. So I'm not using any bed leveling. So I don't have a camp. Chamber, we can do that. Do all that, clear polisher. Bed leveling, good. Oh, so you guys know each other. Gohan and Shaggy know each other. Temperature, wait, I'm not waiting for any of that, right? Purge line and smart parking are still part of the macro as a whole. It'll still work, but get some console. Got you. Okay, so we need to do camp. All right. Let me get into my SSH as well. Bring that over. Great. And we need to add in, what is it? Install. So we'll just copy, we'll go to our V0. And paste. Cool. Great, and then we go into Moonraker, add this stuff over here. I'll go ahead and save that. Do our Moonraker. Again, just me, I like to have mine in alphabetical order. It makes finding what I need easier. For the question about your heat soaking, look for the section of PLA, PETG, and TPE. Right, and just make it 0? Is that what you're saying? Just make the heat soak 0 in those areas? Or lower it to 30 seconds or whatever? Yeah, you can change the soak time to a lower time. Got it. All right, so I know chat is a little bit behind. I'll try to be patient. I've commented out chamber thermistor up here because we don't have one. Everything else in this first section should be fine. I got rid of mesh clear because we don't have a bed mesh. I think the rest of this is fine in the Nevermore section. And we're waiting. And then if the bed temp is over 90, we're going to do the things. PLA, it's at standard 3 minutes. Let's do, instead of 180 seconds, let's do 60 seconds. So it'll heat for a minute. Line 82 to 89. Type. What am I typing in 82 to 89? Or sorry, 88 to 89. I can't read. Yep, got it. So 180, yeah, 60 seconds. So that should be 1 minute now. Default is 5 minutes if there's no material. Gantry leveling. So we're not going to level the gantry. So we shouldn't have to do anything there. I think you need to remove a 0 from PLA. Can do. Done. Soaking. All right. Gantry leveling. Sure. Use it if available. Disease tilt adjust, use it if available. We're not doing any of that. Conditional check for the hot end. Heating. We're not cleaning anything here, so we can comment that out. Smart Park, I still need to set up. I'm not doing any bed mesh, calibrate stuff. So I'm just trying to keep an eye on chat here. Line purge for camp, and then I'll add in your ending macros as well. So we'll start here. Grab this stuff. Oops. Do that. So end print, I've already changed in the slicer. These look fine. These look fine. SD card reset, turn off Nevermore. We're not doing that, but it'll be fine. Set ready status. So I think we're good there. Save all that. Now that camp is installed, let's make sure I finished all the things here. So depending on what you need to include some settings from camp settings. Do not forget to add this to your config. So we'll do that first. Where'd it go? So camp is in, and then we'll do camp settings. We want, we're not doing adaptive mesh, but we need the line purge and the smart park. We don't have any probes. Adjusting adaptive purge. See position of nozzle during purge. I think all the defaults are fine here. Should be similar. I don't know what our retraction is, but I think it's about 1, should be fine. 12 is good for a Revo. Smart Park 10, yeah, okay. Yeah, camp default location distance stuff should be fine, thanks. Save and restart all that. Should be good to go now. Let me just double check the macros inside the slicer because I always have to double and triple check things. Looks like start print extruder and then end print. Or did our things were different though, right? Start print, end print, and then in the slicer we're looking at start print, end print. Great. So I already sliced that, sent that over. Don't forget about your max cross extrude in your extruder section per camp. Okay. I don't see anything talking about that. Exclude object in printer config. Let's add that guy. Because I don't know that that's in there either. Exclude objects. And then we need this file manager in Moonraker. Because I'm not seeing that that is in here. Max cross extrude in your extruder section per camp. See if it talks about that anywhere. All right. Adaptive purge. Purge margin, purge mount. Purge height. I'm not seeing that. Oh, here it is. Required to add max extrude cross section 5 to your extruder config to allow effective purging to be possible. Right above smart part. Gray note. Got it. Thanks for being patient and helping out. Also recommended to set up firmware retraction. Okay, so let me add this into the extruder. I think it's this one here. Five. Save that. And then we need this firmware retraction settings. When you get done, you have another GitHub project you're working on. I would love to see it. I would love to see that. I love new projects. Where should I put this? I think we've got like filament settings in here somewhere that I've commented. Sensorless we don't need because we're using Calico. It's called Can't. I'm interested. Is that some sort of bed leveling thing? Talk to me about Can't. What is Can't? I swear I had some filament stuff in here. Guess I removed it. Additional sensors, sensorless homing. We don't need any of this. Homing override. Maybe we need homing override. I guess I'll just put it under the extruder then. So firmware retraction, let's do that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. We'll retract for 1. Retract speed 30 works good for this extruder. Unretract is going to be the same. Extra length we're not going to do. Let's turn that off. I think that makes sense. Should be able to print now, guys. It's only taken us freaking 20 minutes to get set up. All right, so let's do Z first just to get that out of the way. And it won't allow me to. And for whatever reason, X is failing to home, so we're gonna have to tweak that. It's like too sensitive when I try to do both together. Now we can do Z. Can't takes the work you did in 08, combines Gal and Demon Tool. Nice. Turn it into a bit more of a software suite to make it a one-stop shop to install a lot. Say less. Anything to make life easier to install. Are you able to share it now? Is it ready to be shared? Or is it just something that you want to preview later? Because I can make it so that you are able to post a link if you want to drive traffic that way. So if you still work in progress, okay. If you have a link, you are able to post it in the chat if you want. Sweet, thank you. Yeah, let's pin that for the folks that need it. Use daemon macros for your 08 2.4 and underwire. Yeah, my couple of 2.4s could benefit from the daemon macros for sure. I was looking at those, but it got a little complicated and took a lot that I didn't want to do. Okay, let me, just to be sure, I'm gonna slice Handyman here one more time with our new settings, and then we can upload and print this guy. Demon throws a lot at you. It does. So what gets me is the same kind of stuff that gets me as a what's the other thing? Clippane. So when you start doing all these different includes and there's like layers of inception inside your Clipper config, those things get confusing. And so when I do something custom or want to add something, I have to think all the way through that process to be able to change it up. And that can be a lot for folks. So we'll see. That's part of what Kant does too, and a lot of includes. Yeah, Rat OS is that way. It can be tough. Clippane is kind of tough in that way. Sounds like Kant is kind of the same. If you can't, you can't. Yeah, if you can't, can. That's a lot of case. Oh boy. Yeah, I think we should check it out as soon as we get printing here. I just want to get this kicked off, and then we can shoot the breeze. Let's get these out of here. So we're doing a little bit of that heat soak right now, I think. Extruder's coming up the temp at 150. Goes to its location. And then I'm going to be ready on the emergency stop or the Z offset button to make sure that we're doing the right thing here. There's something Christmassy about that printer. Can't quite put your finger on it. It might be the elf. Might be the elf. Your P1S just got done heat soaking for ABS prints. Yeah, I have a chamber heater in my X1 Carbon for that reason. When I print ABS, I put that chamber on 45. On 45C and allow that to go. Okay, so there's the purge. It seems to be right. It's trying to go. It's a little bit off the bed, so I'm going to drop the Z a touch. A little bit high. Now she's off and going. Look at that. I hope it sticks to the bed though. It's not a lot of surface area on those two little feet. And the first layer was a little bit high. Oh, that retraction needs some work. That retraction needs a lot of work. Let's take that up a little bit to maybe 1.5. Did the 1 minute timer? It did. It did. Thanks. Yeah, but this is a small bed that we were already preheating anyway. So as I was doing the stuff in the background, I already had it up to temp so that it could heat soak. But traditionally, if it was ice cold, I think maybe the 3 minute makes sense. First time you printed ABS and ASA on your X1 Carbon, you didn't heat soak it beforehand? Yeah, I made a goof on my H2D yesterday. I clogged the extruder because I didn't pay attention to the warning. I was trying to load PLA and it told me that I should not because the chamber itself was still over 40 and that it might create clogs. I said, I know what I'm doing. I'm a pro. Ignore. Well, it clogged the extruder. And so it took me 30 minutes to figure that out. And so once I got it clear, I forgot to put the PTFE tube all the way in. And so when it tried to load for the print, I walked away. It pushed out the PTFE tube and just threw about 1/2 kilo of PLA spool into the machine itself. Wrapped all around the tool head, all sorts of things. And do you know that the printer decided that was not a problem and tried to print anyway? Spaghetti detection didn't stop it or anything. And yeah, so it kind of wrapped all around the gantry and the extruder. And I was so pissed that I had wasted 1/2 kilo of filament. And then on top of it, really nice filament too from Atomic. And yeah, so ended up with this mess. I'll show you. Ended up with this mess that I had to cut away because I didn't pay attention. So I'm with you. That looks like your gold PLA mess. Yeah, but Gohan, I love your macros, dude. I'm glad you popped in the chat. I know this is probably your first time here. I don't remember seeing you before. But yeah, I recommend those to folks that ask me, and I use them myself. So thanks for the work that you're doing there. I'm definitely going to check out Cant and see what that can do for me on some of the other builds. Like I said, I've got a rat rig over here. I've got some Vorons over here. There's an inertia cube behind me. I've got a few Delta machines and that kind of stuff. So making life easy to set up firmware and all those things, I'm on board. You have some work to do with the macros, have a nasty bug in the input shaper. Oh, okay. Is there a workaround that people can use? Like maybe doing it the manual way, how we've kind of always done it? Yeah, I'm still streaming, Kegel. We started the print. I spent a bunch of time, probably the last 30 minutes, trying to set this up to print because I didn't have the macros correct. I didn't have the slicer set up. I wanted it in the stream, but folks really wanted to see it print. So we'll do the extra hour today and see about going. But as soon as this gets done, I plan to to stop streaming. Or run the stock clipper command. Yeah, that's what I mean. My Discord invite, the Streamlabs is posting, it's invalid, maybe expired. Let me check that. That's something I can do behind the scenes. You're talking about the one that Streamlabs or Stream Elements? Because the one on Streamlabs appears to be working for me. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. From Streamlabs, same invalid invite. Yeah. Okay. Let me change it up right now. I don't know why that's happening. Let's edit that. Let me get you a new link. Yeah, I did do some changes on my server the other day, and it may have changed some things. So, yep, you're absolutely right. It is a different thing, and so now should be good to go. Let's test it out. So if I come in the chat and I do a bang Discord. We'll see if it does what it's supposed to do. There you go. There's a new link. Let me know if that one works. I am seeing that it does. So it should be good. Thanks for the heads up on that stuff. That's the kind of stuff that you set up once and you don't really think about. And people, unless they say something, you don't know. So I do appreciate it. It works. I just sent it. Nice. You were cooking? Yeah, if you guys can bear with me, I'll bring this down a little bit, this camera. You're in. Thanks for jumping in. See if I can move this down and give you guys a better angle without making everybody throw up. There we go. Still not a fan of that color balance on there though. This camera's driving me nuts. It made an update the other day and then changed all of it. Color balance makes you want to unsub. I know. I just can't get my life together. It's so weird though, like just the way that it works. So when I change things behind the scenes, you can get like super bright. Now we can bring it down a little bit. You surprised you went no supports on this print? Clownhammer lied to me and told me that it would work fine. The crotch is what I was most worried about, and it looks like that turned out fine. It actually bridged it. I mean, but those are pretty good fans in there. Those are Honey Badger 12,000 RPM 4010 fans. And right now the fans look to be... I need to enable G-code arcs. I just noticed that. I'm getting a lot of G2 command unknown errors. G2, G3. So I have to put some arcs in there too. But fan speed is showing 100%. And it's just stock speeds and all that stuff, completely untuned. I haven't even done the feet look pretty terrible, but I haven't even undone the... All right, so we need some more extrusion rate out there. Those E-steps are not great. We didn't do the E-steps yet. I haven't tuned the belts at all. I don't even really know if it's equal belt tension. I did the whatchamahoo's it? I did this little guy on there, the PF Makes belt tensioner, just to initially set it up, but that was when I first built it, and usually belts stretch after a couple days. I have not gone back and redone that tensioning, and it still seems to work. So again, under extrusion on the feet, you can see that up in the thigh area. Also a little under extrusion, so I was tweaking that on the mainsail there. Take you back to my slicer. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, it's not showing it for whatever reason. Okay, well, show you over here. So I'm getting these G2. That's because I don't have G-code arcs enabled, so I have to add that too. It's just those minor tweaky things that you got to do. It is the Sherpa Mini, yes. I tried to do, and that's a good story. I tried to do a Sherpa Micro, which is a little bit smaller, but with the Dragon Burner tool head, if you're going to run LEDs, and I haven't set those up on here either, if you're going to run LEDs, you have to have a channel for that LED wire to come out to be able to get to the back of your tool head board. That interferes directly with the mounting position for a Sherpa Micro. So there's no channel, so there's nowhere to put LEDs. So I had to reprint the frame so that I could have a Sherpa Mini instead of a Micro, and then reinstall everything. And I did all that yesterday. Was this a rebuild, or did you have previously used 120mm bed? This is a rebuild. So the printer itself was donated by Reth, and it was an LDO kit. He chose to go with the red and black, so this is the top hat. He chose to go with a red and black theme, so the top hat is here. I need to reprint all these parts to match this one. But he donated the printer. I rebuilt it, added a few mods, and we're going to raffle it off. So raffle links have been popping in the chat, but you could also force it to happen by just doing !raffle. Yeah, we're getting a little bit too much under extrusion there. So let me, where's that setting? Yeah, bang raffle, there you go. Maybe if we take the retraction down, it'll do it. Oh, here we go, extrusion. Let's up that by like 5%. It's a slider instead of like a plus minus, and I could not do it. You are entered to win. Awesome. Quick plug on the raffle. So every $10 ticket you buy is $10 more that go towards kids that need toys. So today, Reth and Voron Widow were driving around dropping off toys, and so he popped in the stream real quick. But they do it almost every weekend. Their nonprofit has given away over 12,000 toys this year. So buying raffle tickets ensures that those things can still continue to happen, and that kids all over the Central Valley get toys all year long. Not just for Christmas, but all year long. Impossible because you're entered to win. You just entered to witness you winning. Yeah, and the raffle happens on 9 November. That's when we're going to do the drawing. It's going to be right here on this channel. We'll do the drawing for the 3D Printing Elves raffle. Roughly 19 prizes to give away. Trying to keep the stream to about an hour, so not a lot of time out of your day, and we're hoping to make that happen. Yeah, I think that small tweak made the extrusion a little better. So I took it up to 105%. Let's take it to 108, see if that does any better. Yeah, I'm surprised it's actually printing as well as it is right now. Fake news. You found a free Ender in your neighborhood, and I'm going to be giving it away as a Christmas gift. Nice. I'll just send you my address. Yeah, I was just talking about doing an Ender 3 NG, but I don't have an Ender 3 to do the build on, so I'm kind of looking for one. Not that I don't have enough printers as it is. Right, that extra 8% seemed to make a lot of difference. So I need to do some tuning on this and put a few hours on it. Probably need to do some input shaping and that kind of stuff. It won't be an Ender after you're done. You're really up in the air on the NG. Got you. I've got an NG kit, but no printer to use the kit on. But if you're up in the air, I hear NG is good. Like if you got a busted Ender 3 that doesn't work, NG is a good way to do something new with an old machine. Just like Prusa wire, right? So if you have an old Mark III sitting around that you're not really using, convert it into a Prusa wire and get some new life out of an old machine. The Mercury 1 is another one of those. You take your Ender 5, convert that over. You still have your Merc that you need to finish. As do I. So that's the danger of this hobby, is that there are a lot of unfinished projects that happen. Rat Rig, for example, I need to do some firmware stuff to make sure that it moves correctly. Right now, the X and Y are not homing like it should, and I got frustrated and gave up. Inertia Cube, I started working on, but put it to the side so that I could focus on getting this done today. And for all intents and purposes, the V0 is done. It is printing, it is good, it just needs some tuning. Should have brought a Prusa wire screw kit when you should have. If not, KB3D has them as well. They're in the Ohio area. Turning into your father a house full of unfinished projects. So go ahead, that's exactly why I started this channel, was that now I have an accountability partner in you all that require I show up every week and actually work on stuff. Because there were points in time where I would just take the weekend and not work on printers and do other things, and they would just pile up. So that's the whole purpose of the stream, is to get stuff done. There was so many shiny things when you were there. Yeah, I've never been. I definitely want to go and check out the stream, but I've hung out with Daniel and the West 3D crew a little bit at Rocky Mountain, and I've seen the number of things that they bring to play with. And it's definitely a fun time up there. So I'm really excited to be able to do like a before and after with this. I'm going to hang on to the Handyman, do some print tuning on extrusion rates and pressure advance and that kind of stuff, and do like a before and after on the machine. I think that'd be pretty cool. See if I can zoom you guys in. Let's go like that. How close can we get? Yeah, so you can see like right at the waist. Oh, getting tilty. I think that maybe that was just the camera. How long are you streaming for? I'm just about done. So as soon as this gets printing complete, I'll be done. I'm only going long today because there was a request to see it print. So normally I only stream for about 3 hours, maybe 4 on a good day if I just want to get some stuff done. But normally I like to be done by 10 a.m. Pacific time. For me, it's already afternoon, and that's lunchtime. I'm getting a little hangry. We have about 2 minutes left on the print, so we can start wrapping it up. How big is the West 3D store? I no clue. Added Vatum, I would love to know that as well. Hopefully that one's be extra tasty. Yes, you're hitting me right in the feels, Gohan. It feels good to have this machine printing after so long. It's been a couple of weeks we've been working on this. I started this project early September, I think, maybe end of August. Started this project, collecting parts, printing parts, building things, doing updates on the stream from time to time. It's been a lot of work. I'm still doing the same with the Prusa wire. That's been a lot of work. We're giving away both in the raffle. So this very printer you can win. Also the Prusa wire you can win. And I need to get back to that one. So next week, just wrapping up the stream here. Next week, we're going to hang out with Vitaly and check out what he offers for an all-wheel drive kit for the V2. He'll be able to answer your questions, take your requests. We're going to shoot the breeze and just have sort of a hangout stream going over the pros and cons of what he offers out there and how it compares to other things that are available. So more of a chill stream, maybe 2 hours or so next week. The week after that is pretty open. I do need to get Prusa wire done, and so maybe that will be a more of a, hey, here's where I'm at kind of stream for Prusa wire. And maybe we get to the same level where we see that print for the first time. It's pretty close as well. It just needs some firmware set up now. The other thing I still need to do is, if you are a member, we're doing a members only stream at some point in the next 30 days, hopefully before Thanksgiving. I'm still waiting on my kit. Still waiting on my kit for that. So as soon as that arrives, we'll do a members only stream where we build based on what you guys recommended. So you chose the tool board, you chose the extruder, you chose what hot ends were you, not hot ends, tool heads we're using, and that'll be a really cool thing for members only. So if you're not a member and that's interesting, it's going to be a Mad Max build, so a tool changer build. If you want to see that happen in real life, go ahead and join the channel. As something that will keep me somewhat sane, I'm going to be laid up from surgery in a month. If there are bugs, issues, anyone sees what can't, it'll keep you busy. Yeah, so help out Gohan. Go and use can't and test it to the max. Let him know all the troubles that you're seeing, and it'll give him something to work on that benefits everybody. Kitchell, I agree. Should be a fun stream having Vitaly on. I'm really excited to do the member stream too. That one is just me. Like, I really want to get to that member stream. It's in my brain, it's ticking a lot of the boxes that I enjoy. So, saying about 3 minutes on the print here, 99%. There we are. We are done. So 22 minutes, 25 seconds. Let's take a look. That pink is so bright that it's washing everything out. It's completely messing up the white balance. It's so bright. But not printed very well. A lot of gaps in the extrusion. You can definitely see it on the top. A lot of gaps in the extrusions and whatnot. There's a gap down here at the waist where it didn't print very well. Probably due to only using 2 walls. But some tuning will fix all that. But there's our first print. Very digital looking 8-bit handyman. That's probably going to be my new test. That's way better than a Benchy. I love that. You got overhangs in here. You've got small details. I really like that. That's so much fun. So yeah, we're going to keep this one. We'll put it off to the side. And then I'll print another one after some tuning over the week. And maybe we'll just show that on stream next week. That's so cool. I love it. I love it. All right, folks, that's all we're going to do today. It's been 4 hours, 4.5 hours on stream, a little bit longer. But I do appreciate all of you. Thanks for hanging out for the duration. Congrats to the winner, Captain Kern, on the filament win. I'll get your info over to Jason as soon as we finish up stream here. Thanks for those folks hanging out. Gohan, thanks for the macros and getting me all squared away. Kittrell, thanks for hanging out. Kegel, thanks for leaving and coming back. I'm gonna go over to Steve and check out his stream on the Trimax. Once we end the stream here, YouTube is auto gonna push you over there. So if you just hang out and you want to watch Steve, stick around for just a couple minutes and the stream will push you that way. If you want your raffle tickets, go get them. You've only got a couple weeks left and we're getting pretty tight on how many are available. So go over there and get your tickets. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you guys in a week with Vitaly. See ya.